What up, everybody? Good morning. Hey, hey. How you guys doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome, everybody. What's up? Oh, man. Good morning. Good morning, guys. Happy birthday, Miss Phins. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, good morning. Really, JC? Good morning, Miss Paynes. I can't. I really love your illustration of the Bills mascot. Sorry, let me take that puppy off. How you guys doing? Good morning, vamos gatos. Good morning, Miss Fins. Happy birthday. Thank you, thank you. Hello, chat. Welcome. Uh, I know. We're gonna give you the updates today, guys, because there's a ton. Good morning. What's up, Michelle? What's up, everybody? Time to turn the page on a new week. Let's beat the sea chickens. Oh, okay. Good morning, Miss Fizz. I see. I see you. Good morning, Miss Fizz. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Yeah. What's up, Dane? Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. Good morning. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it for the happy birthdays, guys. Good morning. Yes, yes, yes. My cousin Kenny. Thank you. Happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you. That's Josh Allen's drawing. That's what he did. It looks like a potato that got sliced in half with something real. Chris, yeah, you won the day, Nene. You won the day, Nene. Oh my gosh, you won the day. Oh snap, this is too much. Didn't I tell you? Christopher Aloysius Greer the third sis. Oh man, you're not lying. What's up, Stetson? Welcome. Good morning. Oh, that's what Josh Allen drew when he first was drafted to the Bills. Oh man, that's rough. Purdy lost to backup. That's bad right there. You see what I mean? There's levels to this, people, and that's pretty bad. But man, thank you guys for coming through. I can't. This whole weekend, holy smokes! Let me tell you something. First off, first most, thank you, Daddy, for another awesome year. I made it. You know, I'm very, very blessed to be here to still talk to you guys and to have fun, obviously. Talk about our Dolphins and all that. But I am so, so, so happy and so grateful that that I still get to spend the time with you guys. I get to be another year on earth. And you know what? That's very, very important. Man, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I've had no sleep this entire weekend at all. Oh my gosh, I'm telling you, I have been enjoying my birthday weekend. That's all I can say. I've been enjoying my birthday weekend, and I'm very glad to. With nothing really being planned, literally nothing being planned, it turned out to be such an awesome weekend. Like such an awesome weekend. So, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Miss Fitz, NFL teams have their rookies draw the logo of whom they were drafted to. Oh, all right, cool. No, what's rough? His arm and tough. Bill's fence will take the fact he can't throw. Oh, you mean Freddie? Did you see yesterday's game? That was not good. I'm telling you right now. Oh man. Meanwhile, Brian Flores getting love from Brock Purdy tells us everything about the hot mess of the decision our front office made. Nene, seriously, you know the frustrating part is that we had a good one, man. But only some of us got to see it. You know what I mean? Only some of us got to see it. Others just put on their blinders but some of us got to see it. So it is what it is. Hey, what's up, Balls? Happy birthday, Miss Fans. Thank you, guys. Yeah, my birthday bash. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna drop the link because I wanna spend the time to talk to you guys. To be honest with you, and talk about the Dolphins because right now, this injury report is it might as well be an essay. I feel like it's just so we took so many L's in this past game, like so many L's. It wasn't just the loss, but it's the fact that we lost so many players. Injury here, injury there, man. It hurts. It hurts. Not gonna lie, it hurts. But so far, real quick to give you an update, we have Tua Tagovailoa. Vailoa has no plans to retire after suffering his fourth documented concussion in 5 years. In Thursday's 31-10 loss to the Bills, Ian Rappaport reports. Jeff Wilson Jr., still with the oblique, has avoided a major injury after being forced off the field in Thursday's 31-10 loss to the Bills. Teron Armstead is questionable with his shoulder situation. It's just everybody's nicked. Everybody's dealing with something, and you're like, you just can't make this up. Dolphins, unfortunately, we're dealing with a lot of repercussions. Let's just put that. Hey, Mike Gesicki looked good with the Bengal. But, I can't say that. I can't say that because if I'm saying that, then I'm instantly, talking smack about my team. Well, I'm going to talk smack. Like, are you kidding me? Oh, I'm telling you. Miss Phins, you want it? At ground level, I'm working on a deal to market seafoam green and peach tier rags with number 1 in it. Oh, I think you mean peach teal. Seafoam green. That's adorable. Good morning, beautiful people. Good morning, Cap. Welcome. What's up, Kenna? Happy birthday, Miss Fizz. You're welcome. Thank you. Any see the video of Bucky Brook on Greer? No, I haven't. I mean, and it's interesting because last night I was having a great conversation with my brother, one of them, and this is not looking too good. I'll tell you that. But guys, as always, hit that like button, guys. Hit the like button. Let everybody else know we are live right now, guys. We are so close right now. We need just let me see here. If I can do math. 3 gives me 90. So 13. We are 113 subs away from our initial 1,500 goal, guys. So please, if you're watching on Twitter and Twitch, please hit the like button. Come over here to YouTube and hit the subscribe button. We are literally 113 subs away. We're so close. We are so close to our goal. So if you guys can help us out, that would be amazing. And we can only do it with you. But shout out to everybody that's already subscribed. So thank you. Appreciate you guys as always. Let's keep it clean for the churn. Yes. And if you like to support the channel and become a member, go ahead and do that as well. And yes, we win together, we lose together. What can I say? You know what I mean? Like, I just, I love it. I love it. I love it. I have to. Hey, Douglas. Thank you. Happy birthday, Miss Phins. September up. Virgo's up. Yes, it's all about September, babies. September, babies. Virgos, 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 Virgos. Oh, my gosh. Jets had huge injuries. Pats might be the second best team in the East. I was talking to my dad yesterday. It's interesting. And I was like, I have to be honest with you guys. I'm letting it all out. I'm letting it all out. What's up, Nene? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Can you hear me?
Surprise. Yeah, surprise, surprise. Well, look what we
Oh,
have here. You know what? I will say this. It's not a victory lap. It's really sad. You know what where we are and the amount of work. First of all, I want to say prayers to Tua and his family. I think
absolutely.
people have to separate that. You may not like how he plays, but they're still a human being.
Mm-hmm.
And in a lot of ways, I understand his tussle with his decision because, again, when you do something that you love and you don't want it stripped from you, but sometimes you got to do something better for your family. So I did want to open with that because there's this disgusting narrative in the community because people have made takes about Tua before that we don't care about him as a human being.
Which is
We
ridiculous.
care. We do care. We absolutely do care. I even think as crazy as Pete is, I think he cares about Tua in a certain light. Maybe I'm wrong there, but I just think, the community is hurting. It's unfair to all the fans, especially us that really subscribed that this was going to be a better year, that we got some depth, we got some dogs, as people emphasize a lot, and that was the missing piece.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are going into week 3, and there's so many questions and not enough answer. I'm gonna try to keep it brief, but remember I was on your show last time, and people tried to do victory laps where we extended McDaniel. And what was the words that came out my mouth? That he is still on the clock. He is still on the clock. All it would take for some losses or something to happen, and that extension I don't think is as set in stone as everybody thought when we re him up a couple of weeks ago. So
Mm-hmm.
and I can because he hitched his wagon into her, and we're being honest, he went in there, he told people he believed in them, and I think that's what that kiss on the head was about. Listen, his career is in jeopardy. I don't care what anyone says. Is with the Miami Dolphins because people are gonna want answers. Yeah, they're gonna want answers, and who is gonna be held accountable. And if you've been watching this team for the past 20 years, there's two people that's always been safe at first base, and that's Stephen Ross and Christopher Aloysius Greer III. They've been safe. Who hasn't been safe is everybody else. So again,
Serious.
happy belated, but I just hate what's happening in the community. Is that some people made some egregious takes about this team. They have, we've seen it in the community. They've disrespected people, threatened people's all this different
Call
stuff.
people scumbags or like or Florida scumbag, and I'm like, scumbag. Like, do you know what you're saying when you're saying that? Like, come on.
And now it's still unknown. Like when I first spoke on this on Friday, I say, listen, for all we know, Tua may come back, which I'm be honest, I don't agree with that. And he may have a good game. And now the other side is going to be doing victory laps and saying, I told you so. Tua is him. So it's an ongoing petty battle on the outside. But if we're being honest, even before his injuries, we did not look good as a team. He did not look good as a quarterback. He was out there struggling. So in the offensive line concerns, the execution concerns, and a lot of things that people have been saying about this team. You see it on film. I will say this, and I want to overwhelm your show. But to me, a lot of the injuries go from them. It seems like they don't practice. Every time you turn around, you hear people not practicing and on the field, and you cannot just cut on a switch. If I'm being honest, you can't do that. I don't care
You
what you do.
you play how you practice. Period. You play how you practice.
So to me, the bodies. First of all, a lot of these guys came here with duct tape and crutches to begin with, coming to this team. And people didn't want to acknowledge that. All they heard was a name that they recognized, and it was like, "Oh, Greer's cooking," and they already came here with complications to their body, and then you sit them down. What do you think is going to happen when you put them out there at full game speed? And I know I'm a girl and I never played, but I got common sense. Like if you are not practicing and you just expect these guys to go out there and play at that level with the other team, which we always arrogantly ignore the other team that we have to face. We get our butts kicked, and now everybody's looking for a fallback guy. And I'm noticing, especially people like Big O, they are starting the campaign to bash Mike McDaniel. It is happening, sis. Like I said,
No, it's
it's
not. For real?
yeah. I listened to him yesterday going on like a 3 hour rant saying how this guy wasn't a leader of men and he's a play designer and he's good around the locker room but he has no presence. He doesn't know what he's doing. All of the things that I knew was going to come out, and Big O got ties to that front office. I don't care what nobody say. If this continues, because people like to keep
Mm.
receipts, if we continue to spiral and crash out, Mike McDaniel's seat is not as safe, even with that extension. And I land there. I'm sure you got more to talk about on your show. Thank you for letting me speak.
I appreciate it, Nate. Yeah, no, no, and I'm gonna bring a Dolphin done right now. But listen, you just hit something that just completely opened me up because I'm like, how many times? Let's tell the truth. How many times? And I still remember this when we first hired him. First of all, I was like, who? Man made down. Then I had to do my research. I was like, oh, he's a okay. So he makes plays for the team. Okay, he's got some years of experience. Okay, this is okay. And my main concern was, is this guy gonna have the gumption, the let me illustrate this way. The the gumptions, the sack to be able to tell 300-pound grown men what to do when things go wrong, hold people accountable. And the fact that you just said that Big O said that, I cannot believe it because I still remember I was one of the first ones to say it because I don't know why people put the cart before the horse or they just jumped the gun. It's funny because I was just having this conversation with my brother. Oh, Mac genius, Mac this and that. And I'm like, wait a minute. Don't be complaining now about McDaniel. You guys labeled him Mac genius. And I was trying to tell people, slow down. Can we see him at least call plays? Can we see what he's got to bring to the table? Is this going to be gimmicky or not? Like, you can't just go by, what you think the guy's going to be and then just start giving him all the praise. Like, the man hasn't even done anything yet. Like, so the fact that you say that all of a sudden, there's no realization by the fan base because he's a scapegoat. We all know this. The true Dolphin fans know he's going to be the scapegoat. I mean, he is the scapegoat. We know that they're going to use him that way. And they're going to now all of a sudden notice everything we've been saying for this entire time. And it's like, you know what? Y'all are super late to the table.
Well, here's the thing. This is what I didn't like, and everybody just calls me a Brian Flores lover, but this is why I didn't like the consistent conversation about the former coach to bring up Mike McDaniel. They will say this indirect stuff. So that's why when people say, oh, Tua never addressed Brian. Yes, he has. Every time he got a moment on that podium and we won a game, the culture is better here. I have someone who believes in me. Da 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 da. I kept saying, cut that tomfoolery out and win football games because karma, God's, whatever you believe in, it comes back like a boomerang. And you still haven't done nothing to be up here running your mouth. And I'm telling you right now, if it falls at the seams, like I was looking at a NFL page, they had Brian Flores. Apparently, they won the game, and then looking at the comments, all of that character assassination they did for the past 3 months, it backfired because now they're saying Brian Flores was right about Tua from the injury perspective, not the bullying, but the injury stuff that he was not made for football. And see, if Tua never did that interview, if they kept stopped doing all of these expose stories on how Mike McDaniel is just so great, I told them they put more pressure on Mike McDaniel, then he may would get a little bit more grace than what he's gonna get. But unfortunately, you bring in somebody that really wanted to be a head coach, and I think and I feel bad for Mike McDaniel because no, someone
Yeah.
brought up to me a couple of days ago. Look at how Gase was starting to look. Look how Flores was starting to look, and then look at Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
All of them
No,
look
no,
like
I can't believe you're about to say that. Go ahead, because I'm excited to hear what you got. No, I can't even believe it. But go ahead. Say it. Please
if
say
we
it.
we could do a still shot on how all of them look towards the end, they look like walkers from The Walking Dead, like their soul was taken from them. I still believe it, and y'all can get mad that front office is still trying to micromanage football guys from making football decisions. And I'm not saying Gase was an idiot. I'm sorry, that's not the right word. Gase was not a smart man. He was a little weird, but a lot of this comes down to that front office. And I kept telling people, stop falling for the banana. Stop falling for it. Just because they keep bringing these names in, they gotta fit, right? You gotta put pieces together that work, not just people that make you buy tickets and jerseys and t-shirts and the headband. It still is something missing, and you're bringing in the broken and the bruised and think they're going to play a physical sport more than 3 games. I don't think the last time we've had a semi-healthy squad, but to me, I didn't like what they were doing, and I thought it was so unfair to Mike McDaniel because he got to sit here and answer questions about a coach that's no longer here, and he still has his job to do. You get what I'm saying? I will be
Mm-hmm.
honest. I think that Mike McDaniel is probably a good human being. I think he genuinely loves his guys,
Oh, I
but I
agree.
think in high pressurized moments, he does not have the experience and he gets out coached severely on public stages. You can see it. It's like he doesn't know what to do. It's like he got 3 or 4 plays in his head and we're not moving from those 3 or 4 plays. But I land my plane because I know it's other people that need to talk. Plus, I got to get
You,
ready to go to an appointment.
Oh, much
hey,
respect to you.
you could be here as long as you need to. I appreciate you. You let me know before you go. But thank you, Nene, because it's so interesting that you say that. Cap, I'm gonna bring you up in a second. Listen, I said this on Friday. I said this on Friday in the morning in my show. And it's funny, I was telling my brother too. I was like, bro, I said it in the morning. I was just waiting to see. And I made my way through the day, to hear people. Because I didn't hear this prior to. I mentioned it in the morning. And all of a sudden, I'm hearing it all throughout the day. Matt Gase, Gase 2.0. Are we right back where we were prior to Flores? Because I didn't hear Gase's name prior to yesterday morning when I mentioned it. And all weekend, I've been hearing Mike McDaniel now being compared to Adam Gase, and I'm like, interesting. Uh, and I'm like, I'm having the same. The team is disorganized, getting penalties left and right. When have we seen that, Gase? Yeah, we were able to move the ball, true, but we still got stuck. Gase. 3, we had a decent run game, but somehow our passing game, one of them had an issue every night. Gase. And all these gimmicky plays that he tried to implement somehow never worked. Gase. So I was like, this is what you wanted, people. Because that scumbag that you guys want to call Brian Flores, guess what? You guys just don't like structure and accountability. That's what that means. And that's the fan base. Now imagine the players. Guess what? The players that like to be held accountable, for some reason they're not here anymore. And somehow I never hear anything bad. They have nothing but praise. Nothing but praise. And it's sad because it's like we've seen this movie before. Why can't we learn from our previous experience, people? But no, they don't want to learn. They don't believe. They don't want to learn. And it's like we're right back where we were prior to Flores. Let's see where this takes us. Matt Genius, the greatest quarterback we've had since Don Shula. The list goes on, and how many, you know what I'm saying? But Dolphin Dog, go ahead and give us your thoughts, sir. And Cap,
Good.
welcome.
Good morning, you two beautiful ladies, intelligent ladies, and also a big salute to the whole family out there. I had a whole different take, so I was waiting my turn, so to speak.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Uh, my first thing goes out to Tua, bro. Hang it up. Uh, I'm looking back at Junior Seau. Uh, when he killed himself at the age of 43.
Hey, remember children. So when self deletion or was decided to no longer be here. But go
Yes.
ahead, continue.
Okay, I apologize. So,
You're good. You're good.
but uh, but they found the cause of it to be CTE, which is caused by multiple concussions. Bro, you got kids, you got a wife, you got a family. Uh, you know, think about those things because the way you play is just the way you play. Maybe go be the flag football quarterback for the Olympic team, something like that. You got your money, do something else. But anyway, that's my first thing, and I also want to get out a big shout to the much hated Buffalo Bills. The guy on the field who least wanted to hurt Tua was Damar Hamlin. I mean, and the outpouring of best wishes came from Buffalo Bills fans or Buffalo Bills players, and you know what? That's class. That's class, and my
Yeah,
salute to the Buffalo Bills. And I still want to kick your butt.
true.
and this,
It's true.
yeah, and yeah, our offense looked like just a gimmick show. I didn't like it, and I didn't like. He needs to let go of the signal calling. You know, he needs to be a coach if he's going to be a coach. That's my 2 cents.
Man, that's great. Thank you for that. Cap, you still here or no? There's two of you now. Go ahead, Cap.
He doesn't want. He doesn't want to run
Oh,
about. Doesn't
bro,
stop
get off
playing.
the get.
He's
Yeah,
rubber banding.
So I don't know.
yeah.
The question is, where does Tua Tagovailoa want to go? I don't have any concerns about him throwing a football. None. I think he's elite at that level. But I'm not worried about that part. You can't get there if you can't stay on the field, if you can't play with intelligence. It's interesting. Today is Dan Marino's birthday. Birthday to
Yesterday, our birthday was
Dan
technically
Marino.
yesterday, but we're
Okay?
celebrating
Happy
today.
birthday, Dan.
Cap,
I
you still
lost.
there? Anybody else can hear him?
Yeah, and I forgot to say happy birthday too. So there you goes.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh man, I feel like he was cooking.
He was fixing to.
He probably got a call. Oh
Uh,
man, but I mean, yeah, he probably got a call. You still there?
Hey, Miss Phins, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I think you're on mute, but he was playing big old soundbite from yesterday. That wasn't Cap. That was him playing big old soundbite.
Oh, that was him.
Here he comes. He's back.
Okay, let's see. Can you hear us? Or is it? Well, it can't be me because I hear everybody.
You mean to drop?
No, 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 no. Stay. You're probably the only one that we can actually see. What's up, Evan? Thank you guys for the coaches. The birthday wishes. Gotta see. I don't know what was going on, but yeah. Well, Dan Marino and I celebrate the same birthday. Our birthdays was yesterday, so we're doing a celebration. You know what I mean? Nene, can you hear us now?
Can you hear me, Miss Phins?
Now I can. Yeah, can you hear me?
Well, maybe it's, but no. Cap was playing big old soundbite. He was gonna probably play you the part where he talked about Mike McDaniel. That's why he recorded it yesterday. So that's why he said Dan Marino's birthday. That's the recording from yesterday.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, but I mean, I'll take it. You know what I mean? But okay, I get it. It's just it's frustrating, and you and I we've been talking about this for a while, and it's kind of frustrating because everything we said is just to be cautiously optimistic. That's it. Not that I'm not rooting for my team to succeed. Duh, I want my team to succeed, but you still got to be cautiously optimistic. You can't just randomly feel like, oh, this, we're gonna automatically be the best. Like, no, you gotta give it time, and right now they want to finally see what we're talking about. But Douglas, I appreciate your optimism, sir. Fins fans don't give up. Let's see what Air Skyler can do, and let's see what the so-called offense genius can do with a QB that doesn't limit the playbook and shorten and narrows the field. Okay, yeah, yeah. I mean, I can't agree. What's up, color? Hey, nay, nay. Are we supposed to burn 5 weeks of the season every time he gets bumped on the head?
Yeah, that was a
Oh,
comment from earlier, but Miss Fins, I know you're going through the comments, but see, this is the reason why when people were so focused on the O line, even though I feel Tua's concussion had nothing to do with the O line, he made a decision not to slide. He should have slid, but you cannot have a guy to where a hit like that we all saw it wasn't vicious at all, that he is fencing like that. His hands on national TV. Like
again.
I'm watching Good Morning America. Guess what's on TV? Tua. Like you at this point, how many times do like even people that don't watch football? I had on my Miami Dolphins stuff here in North Carolina. They say I watch football, but the guy that keeps getting the concussions, is he okay? So he's a household name,
Now he's a poster boy?
yeah, for
Damn.
concussions. So this is why a
That's
lot
crazy.
of people like me felt they needed to build a wall of Jericho for Tua. If you're gonna invest in this guy, you gotta have a top one, two, three offensive line. I ain't even saying four. I'm using my country now. I ain't gonna say four. It's got to be a top one, two, three, because that hit just proves the teams on the other end is not gonna play touch football with Tua. The teams on the other end are going to sack him. They're going to tackle him. And even as a fan, it is unfair, whether you like him or not, Tua fans that love him to death, they even probably have to admit when he gets hit, there is a moment of silence. Is he okay? Is he gonna get up? There's no way we should feel like that every time he takes a hit. So this is why I say Christopher Aloysius Greer III, Tom Van Ginkel, Brandon Curly Shore, Stephen Big Hair Ross, all of them are responsible because you invested in someone that you know. Listen, they got more information about his medical history than we do.
Oh,
They have.
absolutely.
So how do you make a decision like that and not put protection? Again, I'm saying it again because I know somebody in the comments gonna be, it wasn't the offensive line. I
I
got
was
it.
gonna say that, but
Yeah,
I
the
got
offensive line's terrible, but
but
yeah,
it's still not to where he needs more protection than what we have. That's and it's to me it's malpractice. Like if something happens to Tua, they need to put Christopher Allen wishes Greer in handcuffs because this is malpractice. You've had the opportunity to draft people. You've had the opportunity, and every time we have the opportunity, you go and get a doggone cornerback or wide receiver or overpay someone. Y'all don't want to talk about that, but he has overpaid a lot of people. So again, I still think prayers to Tua, but we have to be. And some fans are starting to see the light, but there's still some that's stubborn. And I hate the arrogant ones talking about something. Well, he should play anyway. You're not thinking about this individual once he has to leave football and what he's going to have to endure. His kids. We saw his kids. He got some beautiful
seriously,
kids. Like you're not thinking about that. You just want to. It goes back to pride. You just want to prove that your take on Tua, he is him. He's the left hand of God. You want that to be true. It has nothing to do with you caring about him as a human being.
yeah.
Nothing to do with it.
And I want to say something here to hook up Joe. Man, I respect your opinion a million times, man. But it's a tired subject, but it's something. It's an elephant in the room right now. And two is the way he plays. I mean, he's a go getter. He's a try hard. What do you want to call him? He wants to reach above his uh, abilities, and sometimes that's going to put him at risk. And I feel like okay, it's time. It's time to just be done with this situation, man. I'm ready to go ahead, tank this year. Let's draft a quarterback, whatever, or get
Mm,
somebody. You know,
that's an
I,
epic failure. We
I'm on
tank. That's an
record.
epic failure, man.
Put
Period.
me on record right now. I'm through with that situation. I'm not tired of it. I'm ready to talk about it.
Well, the thing of it is, I feel bad for, and I see them in the space, and also look at Tony and what they're doing with the Blitz pickup. Always appreciate the guys in the community,
Hmm.
but the
Yeah,
people that's spending money and flying to see these boys, you owe people. Sometimes they don't owe you nothing. The devil is a
Yeah, they
liar.
do.
Yeah, they do. Because if the fans really stop buying the merch and stop going to the games, then they would be forced. But to me, it's unfair to them people. And they, from what I understand, they brought up the prices of the tickets
They
in
did
general. They brought
all the
up the.
prices and the prices of the season tickets.
That's not right. That's not right. And like I said, you had the opportunity. See, it'd be different if we didn't have the draft picks, if we didn't have the money. I think we still sitting on some money. You
Hmm.
still actively do something about this, and it's the arrogance, and then got the nerve to sit here. Me and Mike, we laugh when we hear the concerns of the fans. So all the smoke they getting is warranted. I don't care what nobody say. Anybody got smoke for anybody right now? They are 1,000% in their right. Stop with this blind homer crap because we don't deserve it. I land my plane.
Sorry, I muted myself. You're right, Nene. Look at one of my best friend got me today or this year. Literally, my entire family and friends were all in the same train of thought of Miami Dolphins theme because everything I got was Miami Dolphins. I'm like, you guys love me so much. I mean, I still got perfume. I still got body spray and a bunch of other stuff, but I was like, you guys love me. So shout out to my bestie. Mm, I'm loving this cup. But you're right. Look at Steve. Nice motivation Monday, Miss Fence. I know, Steve. Hey, the motivation is me being here and making it another year.
Facts. Being
um,
continuing
but
to
I
be a
gotta
fan because
exactly.
I was like when I saw that game I was like, dang, do I really want to be a Dolphins fan? Look at this. It was horrible.
Uh,
Uh,
happy 20. Wait, I gotta read this. Happy 21st birthday to the one and only Miss Fins, the go. Oh, you're too much. Cheers from Fins Dance and Finch Talk Sports Network, ladies and gentlemen. Go check them out. They're amazing. Everything, every sport you can think of, even curling, they got it over there for you. Hockey, basketball, football's their main show. Baseball, soccer. What is it? I've seen wrestling. I've seen a ton of stuff. Any single show or sports that you want to see, they got over there at the Finch Talk Sports Network. And I appreciate you, Finstanza. Oh man, thank you, thank you, thank you. But I gotta ask you guys, and I'm gonna ask the chat real quick. With now being it, do you truly think this is Mike McDaniel's hot seat year? I'm just gonna be 1,000% honest. Is this Mike McDaniel's um hot seat year? What do you guys think? Hmm? You guys hear me or
yeah, I know what I think. I know what I think.
go? You can
Well,
go ahead.
I would say that it's not fair. It's really not fair that this is even a conversation. The ink ain't even dry on his extension, and you got people like Big O saying this stuff. And be honest, he Big O, whether you like him or not, he does have ties to that organization. But I don't think it's fair that it's a conversation. But I think it is happening, and it all depends on what the record is going to look like at the end of the year. Do they not make the playoffs? Do they still make the playoffs? Because everything you got to look at the positive too. So what if he overcomes this and they make it to the playoffs and they win a game? Then that's when the other people gonna be doing their victory laps. You might as well have the victory lap Olympics on here, Miss Fans, because then people gonna say, "See, y'all was haters and y'all didn't believe." Um, so I think it's not fair that it's a conversation, but I think
Mm.
it is happening at this current moment. But it can change if they start winning games. That's my vote to it.
All right. And Don?
Well, I'm gonna say that since I said I was on record of being off of Tua, it's not because of performance that much. It's because of his health and my genuine hope that he has a full life. He's already made his money. You know, go ahead, move on, bud.
Mm.
That's my point. It's not a performance, and I'm not gonna take no victory lap if he comes back and does poorly or what have you. That's not something I'm feeling. But I don't know. I don't know. Uh, uh, there's a lot of variables we had in that game against Buffalo. We had a lot of players injured. Uh, and also, I don't think the team was prepared. It wasn't prepared against Jacksonville. We pulled that one out of someplace dark. uh, so we really didn't win the Jacksonville game in my true estimation, and we surely didn't perform well against Buffalo, and that's because we were not ready. Whether it was injuries or not, we were not ready. And who does that fall on?
The coaching, I
Yeah.
guess.
So so that is what it is.
That's uh that's crazy, man. Seriously. Hey, we got 1388. Let's go. Everybody knows 88 is my favorite number. Well, 8 is my favorite number, and I love two of them. Why not? So yeah, thank you, guys. I'll tell you this. And Hooked Up Joe, you could always come. Don't ever feel like you can't, sir. Okay? Don't feel like you can't. We love you. Um, but seriously speaking, like this might be possibly um it shouldn't be, but it probably will end up being a year where they are going to expect a little bit more from him, and if he doesn't deliver, then you could start seeing some rearrangements on the team.
But but he's got a built-in excuse if Tua don't come back.
Yeah,
So
which is still ridiculous, but that's what people say. What's up, Cap? Welcome back. Oh,
All right,
before you say anything, wait. Before you say anything, Tim was here. Let me shout out Tim. But we got over 50 people on YouTube, over 60 people on throughout all the social media. But guys, we only got 24 likes. If everybody can hit the like button real quick, it takes a second. Exit out of the chat. Go and hit that like button for me. It just gets the engagement up, and it lets everybody else know we're live, and that way they can come over, talk to you guys too, and we can continue to get it and get to our 1,500 goal. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you. But go ahead, Tim, and then Cap.
Good morning. Well, Miss Finn, I'm gonna keep this short. I came up here to tell you happy birthday, and some losses help us out a lot this weekend. Well, things could have gone a whole lot better, but things still working our favor a little bit. So um, still keeping positive, man. Me personally, I'm still keeping positive. We got this. We gonna fight to the end.
I agree. We have to fight to the end. Absolutely. And I want to show somebody. I haven't refreshed this from Monday, still from Friday, right? Because this is was it Friday? No, from Thursday morning. I didn't refresh this on purpose because I wanted to see. We were listed at 3 after one game, right? Now let me refresh it and see where we're at in the conference. And why do I do the conference? Because I feel like the conference kind of gives you a little bit more. And I want to see it. Also, too, guys, continue to subscribe. We're 112 subs away from 1,500. Thank. Now, Steve, it's easy to be a told you so expert, but it's not. I told you so. It's the fact that whenever these things, to Nene's point, because I know she said it earlier, to bring this up, a lot of people in the community express their concerns to maybe, still be positively optimistic, but cautiously optimistic. Like, yes, I'm excited because I want my team to win, but I do see how these things can be concerned. And I know a lot of people took a lot of flack, shrap metal, and that's why maybe now they feel that, you know what, maybe it shouldn't, those people that didn't agree necessarily shouldn't have come so hard to those who maybe didn't 100% blindly believed in them. That's all that means, honestly. But look at where we're at. We went from third all the way up to 10th, ladies and gentlemen. From third to 10th. And that's just in the conference. Buffalo Bills number 1, Houston 2, Chargers 3, Pittsburgh 4, Kansas City 5. But they're all tied, obviously, 2-0. Then the Patriots, New Jersey, Cleveland, Las Vegas, Miami. Now let's go to the entire league.
I mean, before you do that, can I play this real quick? Because I don't know how long my phone has until it craps out again.
Okay, but I just don't want to get copywritten, so hopefully he doesn't.
Tua Tagovailoa, have you learned the goddamn thing?
Whoa.
Have you, my brother? Because we're like I said, we're done with sympathy. You've got 3rd-degree burns. You've been a fireman. You want to continue going into the fire? Well, I can only tell you, hey, man, all right, whatever. You want to keep breaking bones, jumping cars and buses and all, but you want to keep doing it? Well, okay, bro. Good luck to you. You want to building jump and all that? Those, I forgot what that shit is called, where they jump from balcony to balcony and roofs and all kinds of shit, and they fall and hit themselves and break all kinds. But if you want to continue to do that, well, I can't pray for you anymore. I can't protect you. I can't say, hey, don't do the stupid thing anymore because you continue to do the stupid thing.
Now we're done.
Right? That's what you're doing. So I can't help you anymore now.
Got it. I mean, look at Salam having a big doll made for you with Tua's face. Oh man, you're hilarious. You know what? What that take tells me, that the belief, or at least my perception of what I just heard, is that the belief was never there, but the instruction was, this is a candidate we're pushing, so we're gonna make them look as best as possible. Oh, all I can say is, at this point, it's just, who takes the biggest L is us.
Yeah, but we
Us
can't
fans.
say anything, because if we say something, then all of a sudden, we're outcasted. We're pretty much crucified.
We're haters.
So I mean, this day was coming, and you guys know it. So for the sympathy card to come out with, oh, think about his family. We told you guys that 2 years ago. We told you guys that the time he got out of college, when he had his last concussion his senior year. But nobody wanted to listen because, oh, you're a hater. Bro, we all care about human beings. What we saw the past couple of years, no human being should go through that. And you got NFL players who are telling you, my man, you keep going this route, we're not going to have any sympathy for you because you know what you signed up for. We're trying to help you now. Hey, it is what it is, bro. The Dolphins paid $200 million for him. At this point, when he comes back, you let him play and finish what he started. But if something happens to him, this is on everybody that wanted him to play this year. So I don't want that sympathy card about what about his family? What about our family that keeps wasting money on season tickets and doesn't get nothing in return? How about our family that doesn't have generational wealth? How about that?
Can I say something real quick? First of all, Cap, when you play records on here, you gotta make sure it's clean. You know how Miss Fans run her station.
Bro, at this point, they need to hear everything. No more babysitting, because that's the.
Hold on.
Cap. There's a reason why she's telling you that, man.
Because this is still her show.
I understand that. No disrespect. Whatever he said, if he cursed, my bad. But at the same time, it needed to be said.
Hold on, man. I'm standing in the foxhole with you now, but we remember, we all, and I know you went through things, I went through things, I got it.
No, and I tried to tell you what I went through, but nobody wanted to listen to.
Cap, give her a minute. Give her a minute. Let her get through it, man.
All I'm saying is, this is Miss Finn's show. We gotta respect her show. I mean, I had to catch myself.
No doubt. All respect, no doubt.
But my whole thing is this, right? Because Jose M made a comment about what they had to pay to her. No, they did not. I cannot allow false information. They could have let him play on that 5th year. They could have drafted people. They could have brought somebody in there besides a Skylar Thompson, and and I know people don't pick and pop, but Nene who? We know how this works. It don't.
Didn't we have this already?
Yeah, if we didn't say Jesus Christ, aka Patrick Mahomes, you were gonna disagree. But we all know at the end of the day, I agree with Kat. We saw the writing on the wall, but when we sit here and we talk about, well, what could they've done? They could have done a lot of things. They didn't have to pay him. Now, I will say this. I did think based off of what other quarterbacks got, because this is recorded, so I don't, you know how people like to clip and play the game of telephone. Nene was saying it was a good deal. It was based off of what people like what Dak got and other people got. I didn't agree with it. And it looked like from the contract writing, they put a lot of information in there about injuries. Well, he had to be available. So from that perspective, that was a good deal. But to me, you stand your ground and let him play on that 5th year option. And you could draft someone. You can get a what they call a bridge quarterback or a field. So no, they did not have to do that. I cannot allow foolishness because you still got these people. I don't know if they're Alabama fans, but they're strictly Tua. They're not the Miami Dolphins. They are strictly on him. And like I said, for Mike McDaniel, if he got to show that he's a head coach, that he's not just a coach for Tua. That's the next challenge because when they paid him that money and gave him that 3-year extension, he still got to coach the guys that's on the team. And that's why I bring up Brian Flores. He still had to coach the people that was on his team. Plain and simple. Whoever is there, the men have to be coached and led. And like again, when we sit here and say, oh, people doing victory laps, no, some people just don't like to be wrong. And a lot of you were wrong. Instead of just admitting I had it wrong, you want to sit here and say people are gloating. I don't think for the most part anybody is happy on seeing this man hit that ground and hands seizing up. I literally started screaming no with tears in my eyes.
Me too. Me too.
Same.
Me three.
And I was there. I was there in the game. And it happened on my end zone. Like I got to see people's live reaction at the stadium. That you could hear a pin drop. The entire stadium got so quiet.
So like y'all like to say, cut off the fake news and the narratives. I don't think it's anybody really that celebrated him on that ground like that. It was a moment where I know for me, I started praying that he can get up. I did not want to see him getting carted off that field. And that's what I'm talking about with the pridefulness. The pridefulness. Okay, you got it wrong. You still a Miami Dolphin fan. It's okay to say this guy and his health may be detrimental to the team's all-around movement. And that's okay to say. Nobody's going to take away your fan card if you're being honest. His health is a concern because that hit, and I'm a girl, so I never played, but I watched football all my life. That hit was not hard. If anything, he created the contact. He
led with his head.
He did.
He led with his head.
Hamlin wasn't even moving. He hit Hamlin. Hamlin wasn't even moving.
He led with his head.
And that's another thing. People have so much to say about Hamlin. And I hate to say it. Look at karma. That happened to be the person that was involved in the hit. Like I just tell people,
that's God trying to talk to him through Hamlin.
I said, well, I ain't going that far, but I'm just saying sometimes you got to be careful. I'm a firm believer we're in a country of free speech, but there's free accountability that comes with that speech. So when you say something out here, and this happened to me too, when you say something, people gonna hold you feet to the fire. But moving forward, I just think Mike McDaniel got to really show us who he is at this point. All of the stories about him getting sober and how he's so amazing with the staff. At this point, we just want to see what you're going to be able to do. You got to work with Skylar, or if they bring somebody in, or if Tua returns, he's still got a job to do because, again, they're not giving the fans back that money. I guarantee it wasn't no email this morning of a refund because we're not sure if he's going to be there or not. Hold on.
And I want to correct something I said earlier.
No, Jose, it's not about. So you trying to tell me 1 year out of Tua? See, I like when people do this because I'm not that one. Not on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, even Thursday and Friday. Since high school, sir, since high school, Tua has not given you one healthy season, and there's evidence to that. Go back to Alabama. It's always been an injury, something. So no, he didn't give you enough evidence to invest that much. Lamar Jackson was an MVP, sir. Let me say it so get the sugar daddy out your ear when you hear this part. Lamar Jackson was labeled the most valuable player in the whole entire league. and he played on the 5th year. He played on the 5th year. So
Wow.
Tua being an MVP candidate for the people that like to do circles around that situation, he was a candidate. He's too good to play on his 5th year. No, you're when you are a business, you don't let the employee run you. You do what's best for the organization and everybody else that is affected by this decision. So at the end of the day, they had an option to make him play on the 5th year. They did it to Christian Wilkins. They did it to Christian Wilkins. Right now, I think Holland isn't a 5th year option, but he's playing on the option. What makes Tua? Does Tua put his clothes on with gold that he couldn't have played on the 5th year?
Austin Jackson.
Come on now. Like we gonna talk about it, and this is why people go after people that are
Yep.
vivid supporters of him, that they see nothing but him. Tua would
Right.
not have been the first man in NFL history that had to play on his 5th year option. He would
And
have
what's
been
the
the
option? And what's the option, Miss Nene? Are we supposed to just keep everything the same way it is, and what we saw in Jacksonville and Buffalo? No, we're not going to keep everything the same. Something's going to have to change. So
Unless we all speak up. If we don't speak up, then it's going to stay the
right.
same.
Well,
exactly,
here's
Cap.
the thing. I'm not a part of no cult. I am a Miami Dolphin fan. And when we use the word sea devil, I hope that didn't offend you. But what I am saying to you is when you, wherever you believe in, when you say something, it comes back to you. Just point simple and plain. Whatever word makes you comfortable in your faith or whatever analogy makes you comfortable. But it is what it is. I don't know if you've been living life more than 2 days, but when you do something, there's repercussions. And I felt they put so much pressure on Mike McDaniel bringing up a coach that was no longer here. It's like it
Oh
literally
yeah.
puts him on this because he's got to answer questions about a coach that's been gone for 2-3 seasons, and he not even talking about the actual football game that we played. That wasn't fair to Mike McDaniel. But Mike McDaniel got a job to do. I land because you got other people on your show. Plus, I need to go. I land.
I
Thanks, Nene.
appreciate you, Nene. Thank you. But I mean, I can't argue with that. You know what I mean? Right now, it just oh, it's just so frustrating as a fan, man, because we want to succeed. And for anybody saying that all the Tua haters are happy, do you guys not understand that when Tua doesn't do good, that means the team doesn't do good? Why would I be happy?
Nobody's
Why?
happy.
'Cause I don't consider myself a Tua hater, but why? Why would anybody be happy for the team to lose
Yeah.
like that?
As much as a detractor that I am, I did not wish that upon that man. I never did. I
No.
never want anybody
Exactly.
to get hurt from our team.
There's a Twix, people. I mean, enjoy my Twix. But yeah, uh,
The
why
left
Miss
side
would
or the
Phins,
right side?
Miss Phins, I had to go
um?
real quick. I gotta go back to work, but I just want to let
That's
you
fine.
know, happy birthday again, and hope y'all have a great day. And also, if Malik Washington play come Sunday, I think he's gonna get a first touchdown.
You
Y'all have
think
a good
so?
one. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I
And
like
Yeah.
that.
Salute
I
to him.
think that I think that we're gonna show out. Show out.
I like
Yeah.
that.
We got to hold
I
it
like
down
that.
until the
Thank you,
cavalry
James, for
helps,
coming
man.
through. Thank you for the
All right.
birthday
Have a good one.
wishes. I appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Have a good
All
one.
right, Tim.
Thank you.
Hey, all the Skylar Thompson fans will get their chance to see the man in action, though.
But why
That's
does it
good.
have to be Skylar Thompson fans, Don? It should be Dolphin fans,
Oh
period.
yeah. You're right.
You see,
You're right.
like if he's wearing, if we, I cannot understand how all the super Tua lovers, I'm gonna call them like that, who are like, Tua is your quarterback. You gotta show him love. Okay, cool. Quarterback, show him love just like he is part of the 53, right?
Yep.
Why is it bad to do the same for Skyler? Why can't the super Tua lovers now not support Skyler and literally wish he doesn't even make it past the first quarter? Like, I'm not understanding this.
No.
So it's okay for everybody to follow Tua because he's the quarterback, the starting quarterback, but it's not okay to follow the backup or support the backup. But I thought you're supposed to support, who's wearing the aqua and orange. Where we're at? Where
It's
are we?
about the logo. It's all about the logo. It's always been about the logo, not one person.
That's a fact. And the 72 season that I actually got to see as a young kid was mainly the backup quarterback, Earl Morrall. Greasy didn't come back until like the Super Bowl.
Look
And
at
that's
the
another thing
Eagles.
too. Well, at least we get the cavalry to come back. If he does come back by the bye week, worst case scenario, we're down maybe one game or two games. At least the cavalry will come back. We'll get a lot of healthy guys coming back by the mid-season. I can't believe I'm saying that. But we got to hold it down until after the bye week. And if you don't support Skyler, then, man, you're living on Hypocrite Island, and I don't want to visit you.
Well, that was actually kind of funny. I like that.
I did. I
but
do.
but what was I gonna say? And this is the other thing too, guys. The season's not over, even if we were stuck with Skyler the entire season. Because again, now it's time for McDaniel to show us: are you actually a good coach that you can coach up your backup quarterback? Because to me, everybody was calling him Mac Genius, and the man hadn't even drawn up a play for us. So now we need you to show what Mac Genius would be and set up a plan to help Skyler for the next few weeks. Support your entire team. Exactly, Steve. All your
Yeah.
team.
Yep.
That's how it should always be.
That's right,
Like,
Sea
and
Devil.
I don't understand. I don't get it. Like when it comes to Tua, you don't care. Except when it comes to Tua, you don't care about the logo. And it's sad because you should be able to love the entire team. That's why I say we win together, we lose together, Dolphins for life. Why? Because it don't matter if we're winning, and it don't matter if we're the only ones, if we're with our backups or something else. We win together, we lose together, Dolphins for life. At the end of the day, even if we're dead last in the division, I'm still rooting for my team. I'm going to be crying for half the time, but I'm still going to be rooting for my team. And nobody should be surprised that our players are injured when all Mike McDaniel and all Christopher Aloysius III end up getting is nothing but hurt players, man.
Is his
Nobody
name
should be
Aloysius for real?
surprised about No. That's just what Nene calls him. And shout out to Nene. She had to go to her appointment here. But seriously, that's the part that's frustrating because a lot of people like, look, we're literally dead last. I told my dad yesterday, I'm like, Daddy, I can't believe I'm saying this, but you guys are gonna end up probably second in the division by the end of the year. He's like, what? What do you mean? I'm like, look at what we're dealing with. Nobody believes in the Jets. The Jets don't even believe in the Jets. And Buffalo, unfortunately, until somebody in this division gets them knocked out and takes the division, they're gonna be the division champs again.
Man,
Until one of us does it, it is what it is.
your
But
brother
people
must be
can't.
happy.
What? Which one? Because
The
there's one that
Pittsburgh
loves
Steelers
the.
fan.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, no, he's not happy because he's actually a Dolphin fan. So
Oh,
Steelers are number one, Dolphins are two for him, and he doesn't like this whatsoever. And we talk all the time. So my dad is like, I mean, I guess because he loves his team. Obviously, he's a Patriots fan, but for me and my other brother, oh god, we're not doing too good with this, and it's frustrating because we love. Look at this! Look at this delusional Patriots fan. Don't worry, Miss Fans. New England is on the way. Look at this. We'll save you from the Bills. Like I can't.
Nobody likes the Bills.
damn.
Not now. It's interesting. They're in interesting waters when when we're all now all against the Bills. Interested to see how Skyler does practicing with the first all week and having a game plan designed for him. And you know what, Hooked
Agree.
up Joe? This is exactly what I mean by Mike McDaniel elevating his player
Mm-hmm.
and his backup quarterback and the entire team. This team is going to be looking onto him to be the leader of men like a coach is supposed to be, and to get them in the mindset that we wish to well. We hope he has a speedy recovery, and that he makes the decisions he wants to make for himself. But in the
Huh?
meantime, all we can do to help out our brother is to tighten up and get these wins.
Yeah.
And we got to
But
do it together.
we're together, but we need a leader on offense. We need a leader. We need somebody to step up and say, look, man, we got this. Don't worry about it. If I don't got it, we got somebody else that's going to step up.
Well, and then my
Lean
worry
on
about
me.
Skyler, yeah, you're right. But my worry about Skyler is he's not as quick a processor as to or he doesn't get the ball out as quick. And with our O line, that's trouble.
Yeah, but don't we have a coach we just paid money to that's a football guru, a quarterback guru?
Yeah. So that's got to be worked on. Like Hooked Up Joe said, it's going to be interesting to see how this week plays out.
Exactly. What's up, Lewis? Welcome, buddy.
Woo!
Lou,
How you
Morning,
doing,
morning,
sir?
morning to all. Miss Phins, happy birthday.
Thank you,
yes.
thank you, thank you. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, that's really the only thing I really came up here for. I couldn't go. I was catching the show. I was listening for like the last 5 minutes, and I was like, well, I got to go up and at least say happy birthday, Miss Phins, because that at the end of the day, that's what matters today.
Thank you,
But
thank you.
there is one last thing, and it's fine. I get it. On Sunday afternoon when we pull into Seattle, I will be rooting for this team and I will be rooting for Skylar Thompson. There is no question about it. But I will say I was on board with Tua, right? And when people used to say they didn't believe in Tua or this and that, that's fine, right? I never I never complained about that. It was just he can't do this and this when we could
No.
see that he could do it, right?
Yeah.
That's what bothered me. It wasn't if you didn't believe in him or not. So I want people to hear this because I think this is what some of the conversation was when I first got in. I was hearing again on Sunday at 4:25. I'm rooting for the Dolphins and Skylar Thompson. But do I believe in Skylar Thompson? I do not. You see what I'm saying? Like for the people that are saying, "Oh, well, this is our team. It's about the logo." I'm telling you, it's about the logo. I'm rooting for the
Hmm.
logo at 4:25. But don't tell me that I have to sit here and believe in a player, because that's what I've seen. A lot of people that used to have that argument for Tua, and now they're like, "Well, we should just all root," but they didn't. So don't sit here and play the moral ground now. I agree with everybody, and I'm locked arm in arm. We should all at 4:25 believe in our Miami
Hmm.
Dolphins and be rooting for our Miami Dolphins. But don't tell me I have to believe in a certain player. I do not. And that's it. And it just is what it is. But hey,
I
salute
mean,
to everybody. Salute to the logo.
I appreciate you and shout out to you and obviously the
Salute,
Blitz
bro.
pickup. You guys are doing some awesome stuff, and I agree. But now you're a hater, Lewis. You're a hater. You're a Skylar hater. And you don't belong in the fan base. So now you need to leave this fan base and go find a real team that you want to go ahead and support. Because you're a hater. Don't you know that? Don't you know that, Lewis? You're a hater now, apparently. And you don't belong here. You don't belong in this team if you don't have blind faith for Skylar.
Yeah, it was ridiculous when they used to do it for Tua, and it's ridiculous for the people that are doing it now with Skylar. At the end of the day, bro, like I get what Cap for Life is saying. It's about the logo. Like at this point, it doesn't matter. I'm not rooting against Skylar Thompson, right?
Hmm.
I'll be I'm Skylar Thompson's biggest fan at 4:25. But if you want me to sit here and just whisper sweet nothings to you about how I believe in Skylar Thompson, I can't do that because I don't.
Hey, Lou, you think the Vikings believed in Sam Darnold?
That's a great point. A lot of Viking fans were saying that Sam Darnold was trash. So
Hmm.
it is what it is, bro. Am I saying that the season's over? No. And is it all doom and gloom? No. Right? But for me, sometimes, and it's happened to me, right? I was wrong. I was on board with paying Tua, and looking back at it, the 5th-year option was the best way. I'll take that L. I was wrong, right? Like
Okay.
I don't
But
care
see,
about.
unlike you, sorry, real quick. Unlike you, other people can't take that L. And either they switch up and pretend like they were always saying about the 5th-year option, or just don't even want to admit that they were wrong by saying, Peterman. Sorry, but go ahead.
Yeah. And again, see, I'm not worried about being right and wrong. When I first started coming around, it was just to talk about my Fins with other Fin fans. I could care less about being right or wrong. Now, you always like to sound like you know what you're talking about, and hopefully I do. At least I may try to do that, right? At the end of the day, no, I was wrong. We should have made them play on the 5th-year option. But when, again, Color, I see is up here now. Shake Money, Miss Fans, obviously, Cap for Life. All of us up here, right? We've been here a long time, and we've heard a lot of narratives, right? And I'm hearing about how Mike McDaniel has to be better, which I agree with. I'm not trying to absolve him. But see, what I don't want to happen now is, didn't Tyreek Hill make Tua Tagovailoa? That's what a lot of people told me. So is Tyreek Hill going to make Skylar Thompson?
He better.
Yeah, he better though, right?
I hope so.
And I would hope so as well. But are we going to have a problem with Tyreek Hill making Skylar Thompson like we did Tyreek?
We already have a problem, Luke.
I hope not. I hope not. I hope if we get this win, people will be so relieved that maybe we could like not have those talks next week. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
They'll happen. You're right, Lou. They'll happen. You know?
And again, because that's the hypocrisy in the fan base, right? You can't come out here for 2 years and spread a narrative, right? And then now the reverse now happened, right? Tua's not on the field now.
Well, Lou,
now
that was precisely my problem with Waddle the last time we saw Skyler, is that he didn't make Skyler like he does Tua. You know what I mean? Like, for example.
These are facts.
Hey, Newfoundland. Hey, bro, I love you guys, man. You guys do great content. You were right. We had to wait to see how we finish this out. So now, knowing what you know and seeing what you're seeing, how do we finish this out now?
I just want to know what doesn't matter, though. That's all. But go ahead, Shake Money.
Everyone. Hey, listen. I listen. Color told. I heard Color say, "Listen, we have two scenarios. We either the New York Jets or the Cleveland Browns." So, Color, to you, I say JETS Jets.
Bro, you got Watson, Carr, Baker, all these guys that were told, Herbert, oh, they can't play here. They're not going to do nothing here. How's it looking now?
Oh, that's water under the bridge. But Lou,
water under your bridge.
I appreciate. Thanks. I appreciate the insult, Cap. I woke up this morning thinking, you know what?
It's not an insult. It's not an insult.
I want to go get
insulted
by Cap for life. That's what I want to do
today.
Oh,
God, Color. All right, I'm out of here. That's my cue. Love you guys.
Thank you. Lewis, appreciate what you're saying there, man, because I'm not speaking for these people because I know what my own thoughts are, but I know the perception out there is that I'm somebody that possibly could believe in Skylar Thompson, right? I don't. I want everybody to know that no matter what I say, what I've said, what I think, what I've said about what I think about these two quarterbacks, I don't believe in Skylar Thompson as far as I can spit. You know what I mean? There's things I know about Skylar. There's things I know about Tua. None of those things have been enough to convince me of either of the two. So for me, as Lewis pointed out, it's the same for me. I can show you guys and give you guys ideas of how I think we can win this game. Do I believe we're going to do it? Am I convinced we're going to do it? Absolutely not. But that don't mean we can't. You know what I mean? So come Sunday, as a non-believer, I will be hoping and rooting for us to win as well.
The agnostic Dolphins fan.
Because if our wide receivers don't, I keep saying this to people. It's the at some point, and that's why I think Lewis talking about had mentioned this the other night in a roundabout way, and I've said this 1,000 times. At some point, the players got to play. If we believe in this team, we believe in this team. The coach believes in the backup. The backup has a job. If Tua's coming back, fine. That's great. If we go with a veteran to take his place, that's great too. Skyler still has the same job to back up the number one quarterback. So if Mike McDaniel believes in him to get that job done, and the team believes that, at least they said they believe in him to do that, then, and we say we believe in this team, greatest team we've had on paper since 19,000,000,005, right? That's all we ever hear. And if you, for people saying that our season is completely over because one man is going to miss a few games, they never believed in the team. Because did Tyreek Hill all of a sudden start running a 4.4 because Tua got hurt? Last time I checked, did they clock him at a higher 40 time because Tua got hurt? I missed that news.
No, I don't know. It just depends, man.
Has Skyler shown in the past, maybe not every game, but has he shown in the past that he can deliver the football to our wide receivers enough for us to score points? I mean, I don't know. It depends on whether Tyreek Hill all of a sudden forgot how to run 4.2s. Did
all I know is that
did
Buffalo
everybody
game.
forget how to catch the football or do their job? You know what I mean? Go ahead, Shake.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was saying no. That Buffalo game that where Skylar Thompson was in 3 points wasn't because of Skylar Thompson. It was because Josh Allen was making mistakes, and the defense capitalized on those mistakes that Josh Allen was making. So
Yeah,
it was more.
they
so
do
it
all
was
the
Josh
time.
Allen.
They do all the time, and Tua takes advantage of that too.
Well, not really. It wasn't Tua that took. It wasn't the offense that took advantage of the defense. It was the defenses that took advantage in scoring points.
Yeah, they scored 7,
Josh
right?
Allen.
Yeah,
They
they
did?
scored 7, right? Correct?
Yeah, but part of that was my coaching too. With some of the I guess the play calls and also the
Okay, do we have a different
sideline.
coach Sunday?
Hmm?
You guys you're failing to I feel like people are failing to see my point here. We're giving reasons why we were competitive in that game in Buffalo. Have those reasons left the building?
Yeah, you're saying are they no
I
longer wanting
would
to
say,
do it?
I would say we were more talented on defense in that game than we are now.
Well, we gave up 34 that day, Shake. We gave up 31 the other night. So it's about the same.
What's up, Hotep Joe? Welcome, buddy.
I mean, points wise, you could say eye test. I don't, that's we both have our own eye test, and I wouldn't disparage yours. You know what I mean?
My eye test on the game. I don't really have much to say about Tua or McDaniel that hadn't already been said on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
So just looking at the game before Tua went out, we have I watched this guy named Curtis that does Ace Per Head. I don't know if you've ever seen him on YouTube, but he has really good breakdowns, and he did his stat on his own that looks at the number of players that we use to defend the quarterback versus the number of players that we have going out for plays. And conversely, the other side of the ball, if they're coming at us with 4 people and it takes us 6 people to block their 4 people, or takes us 7 people even sometimes to block their 4 people. That is that many less people we have in the secondary out available to make plays. So what we have constantly, and this year is no different, and you saw it in this game, Tua drops back. Their secondary has 5 guys covering our 3 guys because we have 2 extra guys trying to block the quarterback because our offensive line sucks, whether anybody wants to say it does or not. It cannot hold. The reason our offensive line seems good is because they count losses. They count the time you didn't make the play. Well, if we have a whole scheme and we have extra help on every single play, then the offensive line isn't the one that gave it up because we have extra help for our offensive line. When you see Tua drop back and there's nothing there and he has to dump it off to his a freaking another screenplay, it's not because McDaniel wants to call screenplays all day long. It's an end product to just simple math. We don't have enough people going out for plays, and we have too many people making up for our offensive line. And that's all I wanted to say about the game from last week.
Hooked Up Joe, that was great, actually. I feel like people should go ahead and take a look at what you're referring to, with the personnel as far as how many we have to actually put up on that line. But you also have to understand, and I will say this, our head coach, our GM, our owner, even the starting quarterback, all said y'all are more worried about the O-line than we are. What are we supposed
And
are they
that's what
not
Ace per
worried?
head, that's what Curtis says all the time too, is he says that is their game plan. That is Greer's strategy. Greer's whole strategy is we're going to have enough offensive power that we don't need a good offensive line because we can get it out quick. This whole game plan is all like a strategy that they don't care.
Now,
that
wouldn't
we have
you
an
see that as
offensive
a
line.
fallacy, Hooked Up Joe?
And he doesn't agree with it, and I don't agree with it, and I don't see who agrees with it. But it's obvious what's going on, and to me, this whole thing boils down to numbers. Those numbers I was talking about. That whole game came down to those numbers.
It's ridiculous.
The other thing I wanted everybody to consider about the other discussion was we're not playing the playoff caliber Bills this week. I mean, I know the Seahawks are a good team. I'm just saying.
If and when we beat them, understand that they're not the same level of opponent as a week before, and therefore we should be beating them.
Well, I'm just trying to head off people's doom and gloom. I mean, everybody seems to be really ready to jump off a cliff, because they're so certain that Skyler is going to do something to literally lose us this game. You can at least say so far Skyler has not outright lost us games. So you'd like to believe that the same team we've had and the same coach we've had, that if they were going to win this game, if they were going to win it with Tua, that they should be able to win it with Skyler. To Hooked Up Joe's point, if you're saying, Hooked Up Joe, that a lot of our problems the last couple of weeks on offense are due to these reasons, then that's not Tua, right? Now,
absolutely,
people could argue, a Joe or a Steve Young would make a difference there, but that ain't realistic. You know what I mean?
Say that again, Color, for the people in the back. Apparently they want to rehear the last sentence you just said.
Which part? I know the last part, but you mean the part about if we were going to win this game with Tua, we should be able to win it with Skyler.
And then after that.
That's and I'm basing that off what Hooked Up Joe's just laid out. Like, those problems exist apart from whoever our quarterback is.
And it's going to take a run game, and it's going to take a game plan that's going to win this game, And that's, really what it takes every game. And we saw that in the last game. But you're absolutely right too. It's not like we're going up against the Bills, and hopefully we can put together a game plan. The Bills have our number all the time. It's hard. I mean, last
Right.
year we were doing great, and the Bills just kicked our ass.
Now,
Kicked our
granted,
gluteus
hooked up Joe.
maximus. Excuse me.
Now, granted,
Color,
hooked up
can you look
Joe.
at the private chat real quick?
Yeah, there is a certain
Thank
amount
you.
of mindset involved, yeah, sure, Miss Fins, like Miss Fins had alluded to earlier. Look, part of why we probably got a decent performance in that playoff game is because Skyler probably in his mind treated it like it was the last game he was ever going to play, like that was his Super Bowl. You know what I mean? So obviously, he ain't good enough. I understand where people are coming from. Like, if you're in that mindset and you still lose like that, obviously you're not the guy. Okay, I get all that. So it's really going to come down to what mindset he goes into Seattle with. Is it well, Tua is going to be back and I'm just a backup, blah, blah, blah. And this is a who cares game for everybody? Because this thought goes out, this mindset applies to the players as well. Or is he going to be, oh my God, this is another opportunity like the playoff game? Because if he's in that mindset, then we should be able to eke out a 3 or 4 point win against this Seahawks team. You know what I mean? With what we do and what we got. Go ahead, Jake.
All right, Color. Now check this out. Now this is I've been thinking about what as far as Skylar Thompson, I am not I'm not worried about Skylar Thompson. I understand. He does have he does have talent. In order to be a quarterback. But at the end of the day, it's like, for instance, you had Andy Reid. Andy Reid, when Patrick Mahomes was missing for 3 games, right? They went 2-1 with Matt Moore, and one of those games they
Right.
put up 28 points with
Right.
Matt Moore. So I say that to say this: can Mike McDaniels utilize Skylar Thompson's talent and not simplify things, but make things less
Oh, certainly
complicated?
certainly this is a test or a whatever you'd want to call the word I'm looking for on Mike McDaniel. You know what I mean? Because this is another case of, wow, if we pull this out and it looks decent, then this has to be Mike McDaniel. I would agree with everybody that Skyler is not the what Pete thinks he is, you know what I mean? And so if we pull out a win in this situation, as distraught as everybody is, and the distractions and all that, and the cross country travel, we pull out this win, I'm going to have to credit that to Mike McDaniel. Absolutely. And that's why, Shake, I'm not so doom and gloom for this game, because I look at that Buffalo game and I say, well, if everybody's right about Skyler, right, and he's that bad, then Mike McDaniel has to be every bit that much good. You know what I mean? Because
He's
look
not
what we
that
got.
bad.
He's
not that bad.
No, I'm not blaming Scott. Yeah, but I'm not blaming.
No, I'm not saying you
Skylar
are. I'm
Thompson.
not saying you are. I'm saying if the general thought
Can
is,
Yeah.
But can
if the general
can
thought
Skylar
is that he's
Thompson?
garbage, then Mike
Yeah.
McDaniel must be great, because we played a hell of a game in that playoff game. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
We, not the team did. You know.
I understand, but they have Skylar Thompson and let's face it, Skylar Thompson and Tua are 2 different quarterbacks. Can Mike McDaniels accentuate his strengths and things of that nature? That's what
I believe he can, because I believe he's spent enough time now with Skyler and seen enough of him under live bullets to make adjustments for him. And given that that's what the West Coast is literally designed to do as a philosophy, I think we'll be all right in that regard. Because the last time it happened, he didn't have very much time or very much tape on live bullets with Skylar Thompson, other than that Jets game and the quarter and a half against the Vikings. You know what I mean? And we know that they weren't really doing anything. We know what the philosophy is in the NFL right now about how they don't really practice with the number 2 guy like they should, like they all should. You know what I mean? Not putting this exclusively on Mike McDaniel, but the reality is. So now we're in a situation where not only we need him for this game, but until they bring in a veteran, Mike McDaniel has to think of it long term. So I think he has enough now, if he's as smart as I believe he is, to kind of pepper in some stuff maybe we haven't seen yet, maybe we don't even know Skyler can do, or hey, if it if it is just that bad, then there's nothing Mike McDaniel can do. Then there's nothing he can do. But I just believe that with what we saw in that game against Buffalo, almost 2 years removed now, that McDaniel knows him so much better now, and I don't know. I feel a little more comfortable than the average fan, I guess.
Well, if I want to go back to what Hooked Up Joe said earlier about
Wait,
the line.
quickly, Don. I'd feel as comfortable as I would have felt with Tua, given the other night's performance. Go ahead, Don.
Right on.
Pre-concussion.
Pre-concussion. But what Hooked Up Joe said, and I watch Ace per Head too, Curtis. But I just missed this one because I basically shut football off after Thursday. I was like, dude, I'm not watching anything. But he's right.
Last year.
Yeah. But what Hook Joseph said was right about the offensive line being so bad. That's one of the reasons why Tua probably got hurt, because he was out there trying to do too much. Because when I saw Skyler out there, he was getting harassed every 1 second into every play, and there's not a scheme on God's green earth that can overcome that. So that's a little worrisome.
If we could go 5 wide and make that work, we could. But you see, we never go 5 wide because we don't have the O line to go 5 wide.
Yeah, that's it. And that there's no scheme devised that can overcome that, I don't think.
Other than purposely rolling, either moving the pocket away from your quarterback or moving your quarterback away from the pocket.
And throwing screen passes every other freaking play.
Which is
to keep them from coming in on you. They come in on you, you throw it over the top, you go down the side. I mean, that's all you can do.
That's predictable. So,
and it's too predictable. Exactly. They're on that. Oh, you're on mute, Miss Phins.
Or you have to be Kyler Murray and you have to start running right as you snap the ball and running around like a little maniac and throwing deep.
Hey, I watched that game. That was a great game. I don't care what anybody tells me. And man, that guy can get the ball while he's running down the field. And I'm talking 30, 40 yards with a pin drop. So, but no, what I was saying is I'd have to call him now Mike McBubble, because all I saw last game was nothing but bubble screen. I was like, is there nothing else that we can, nothing else?
There is nothing else. What can
There's
you run?
Nothing.
When you're gonna get when you gotta put 6-4 at least. I mean, I guarantee you, if Curtis goes and he does the numbers on that last game, you could see there was nowhere to throw. They had that whole back. They had everybody locked up in the back.
Then, if that's the case, then what's the difference if you just do something like Belichick did against the Bills that one night and just say, F it, and just run the ball and run the ball and run the ball, end arounds and jet sweeps and just keep trying to break that edge. You know what I mean?
Man,
one thing I will say about the game is at the end when they had Achane out there just killing it by himself with Hill and Waddle sitting there having a conversation on the sideline. I didn't like that at all. I mean, if they want to throw Wilson out there and just have him slam the ball in a game over and over again, but to have Achane out there, Achane, I don't care if Achane said, I want to be out there. There's a limit. He was already like on the verge of getting hurt from being overused that game. And then to just say, okay, we're just going to do nothing but Achane for the last fourth quarter while it's just kind of.
My issue was, wait, before you go, Color, real quick. My issue was, because you and I were at the game, this was my issue. Did we not literally get a rookie running back for this particular reason so we can have depth? That was the one position group where I felt the most comfortable, and they acted as if we didn't have Jalen Wright to be able to use. Like I
Absolutely.
literally saw him in 5 plays. I was like, why am I still seeing Achan? I'm like, this is a blowout. Are you gonna Trill Williams this? Are you gonna Bradley Chubb this? And you guys should know what I'm talking about. Games that
Right.
are so out of
Oh, yeah.
reach that we like no reason why our top guys are still on the field.
Right.
And,
Right.
and you're literally going to utilize the one guy that you're supposed to be developing behind your veterans to take over, and that man's already hobbled. I mean, he's still out there producing, but I guarantee you right now, he's not at 100%, and he didn't need that type of workload either. So you have to utilize the pieces you have. In this case, you gotta utilize Jalen Wright. Like what? I get it, he's a rookie, but dang, Mike McDaniel, you have failed miserably if you cannot coach up your players. And to me, I put that on him because there is no need. Guys, if Achan would have been gone and because of injuries, how would we feel today? Hmm?
Oh, devastated.
Tua, Tehran,
Well, to your
Achan,
point, Miss Fins, he was
Chubb,
questionable
OBJ.
already. He was questionable already going into the game.
Yeah.
I can't.
And to
leave,
the point
leave.
about everybody else sitting on the bench. To the point about everybody else sitting on the bench, and Don had said that Skyler was getting clobbered back there too. Yeah, well, by then Teron Armstead was out of the game. You know, and it just seems like every time something like
Say
this
it.
happens, there's a complete failure across the entire team to even want to continue to play.
Every
So
time,
so my
color.
my point has always been that I was making the other day is that, and this was why I addressed the team in particular, is because if they're already checked out and they're not going to play and they're going to quit on Skyler, then there is nothing we're ever going to see from Skyler or ever any hope that we're going to win another ball game. So that's my point. You know what I mean? Like,
But if they do that, then they owe every season ticket holder their money back.
well, they don't even no, they don't even owe us that. What they owe us is the respect to get up at the podium, all 53 of them, and tell us that's what they're doing.
No,
So I know I
every
don't have to
single
bother
season,
watching another game this season.
but every single season ticket holder should be getting that money back. Or if anything, free credit for next year. If that's what you're gonna be doing. Because
Well,
that's ridiculous.
that's something that'll never happen. I mean, I don't mean to shoot down your idea, but it's something that'll realistically never happen. But and likewise, my idea, these players aren't going to get up and tell us that. They're going to act like, oh, nobody takes plays off. Nobody does that. Well, prove it. Stop dropping footballs.
Or Tehran never being available for anybody but Tua.
Right, right.
Never being
Now
available.
to all of that point, Skyler comes in the game the other night and increases our 5.2 yards per completion to 10. I think it was 8 something.
He made some good throws. He did.
Right.
Under
Now,
duress.
under all that pressure, with all the stars giving up on the game, he's when I point out that he was throwing, 8+ yards a clip, people tell me, "Oh, but where was the scores?" Well, where were the scores before that? I mean, that wasn't the point to say that. The point is only to say we're not in as much hot water as people think we are, and if we are in just as much hot water as we were in before Tua got hurt. Because we were in some hot water, and if you don't think we were, or you think it was just because it's Buffalo, well, then no, you're right. We can't beat Buffalo. So what's the point?
It's just frustrating as a fan. And Red and Bills, that's not true. Had you hit me up, I would have actually done it with you, sir. Happy Earth strong, Miss Vince. Thank you. Thank you.
The beer guy. Shut
Yeah,
up,
I
Sully.
love him,
Where's
man.
my
He's
coffee
awesome.
at? I think
But
Beer guy, let me know. Were you at the game the other day? I want to. I almost am sure I saw you the other day. Anyway,
But Hooked Up Joe, I gotta ask you a question because I know earlier you didn't want to hear. What part didn't you want to hear about what we were talking to prior? I'm just curious to know.
Just after talking, it's like we're rehashing the 2022 discussion about Tua and what he should do, what he shouldn't do, and
Mm,
talking about even the McDaniel being on the hot seat stuff. It's just like that's just so much. Just the 2022 rehashing about Tua stuff is
my
just
bad.
it's more of a it's just a personal thing. I
right,
just heard
Joe.
it so
Right,
much.
Joe. Because where
It
did
just
we
makes me
arrive at?
sick.
Where did we arrive at in 2022? That we wanted to see him get done with a full season, and that would make us feel confident that this wasn't going to be a recurring thing.
I wasn't
And now
confident.
it's happened. And some said, "Oh, it'll happen again," and it's happened again. Well, so yeah, so the discussion is it's like totally redundant. It's like the same words are now spoken again. If he comes back in 5 weeks, does that mean that we have to every time our quarterback gets bumped in the head, we have to burn 5 weeks of our season every time it happens to happen? Oh, we might get lucky, and maybe we'll put 2 seasons together where it doesn't happen.
But my
But
real feeling
but
on
the
it was,
discussion is the same as 2022. I agree with Joe on that.
and
I'm a little frustrated, maybe not as much as him, but
and it was the thing about last year is we all saw there was no um going for it. He was playing super safe to make it through a season. And my fear about him getting a contract was that he would open it up again, start running it down the middle and start
I
playing
was
hero
just
ball
thinking
again.
about that this
And I didn't
morning.
want to,
Joe, that was
I said
you.
it
That was
maybe,
you.
yeah, I mentioned it like one or two times in a stream, but I really didn't want to mention it because I don't want to be talking about our quarterback getting hurt. You know what I mean? Saying,
Exactly,
and I'm
exactly.
certainly not doing the "I told you so" and celebrating and jumping up and
No.
down. That shit pisses me
You
off. I
were
mean, that
saying
stuff
it the night
pisses
we
me
were
off.
discussing the contract and what would happen if he did, if the worst did happen to our contract, how would that affect things? And you had mentioned it that night. It was you. This morning, I swear to you, that popped into my head. I'm like, I know somebody said now that he's gotten a contract, it could benefit us that he takes more risks, but it also could backfire.
That's how I put it too. It could benefit, he could actually pull it off and he could get hurt again. And so in the end, what matters is that we have a whole team and we're just going to take our licks and take it for what it is and just freaking take it on the jaw and go forward and say, okay, we got smacked in the face. We kind of saw it coming and we kind of didn't want to see it coming and we kind of don't want to see it happen, but it is what it is. And whatever happens, whether he comes back or whether he doesn't, we got a team and we're just going to do whatever we're going to do and just go with it. And no discussion in the world is really going to change anything. They listen to the fans some, but in the end, we don't have any say when it comes to something that's this major. So that was my whole thing about not wanting to come up in the middle of that conversation because it would be more like an argument. I felt, because I wasn't in the mood to even talk about it. But talking about the game and talking about our future and talking about our team, I'm all for that.
I appreciate it. No, and you know what? It did feel I was having deja vu, man. I was like, I feel like I've said this before. Like literally in my head, I was like, we've had this conversation before, and I'm like, this is so disappointing because you don't want to see this again. You know what I mean? And right now, unfortunately, the way the Dolphins are doing it, this is a disservice to us fans because we've seen this picture before. We have seen this picture before. But the only difference between then and now is that now we do it with Gucci Vuitton and yes, I said Gucci Vuitton. Relax. I know it's Louis Vuitton, But I said with Louis Vuitton and Gucci and Hermes bags, high quality bags that we got out there, and that's why I said bags because everybody got paid. With these expensive bags we got out there on the field, that's the only difference. And that's why I kept going back to, yo, this is Gase 2.0. Like,
Well,
but the
Miss Thing,
difference is,
what
yeah, the
really
difference is
what
the
really
bags.
what really concerns me, and it's partly why I'm exemplifying. Some say it's hyping up, whatever you want to call it. But the reason I'm exemplifying Skylar Thompson's attributes and potential is simply because if we continue to sit here and try and trash Skylar just for the sake of it, just to say, hey, I want it on record that I didn't think he was good. If we continue to do that, that Chris Greer is going to think that they can perpetrate a CJ Beathard on us. Okay, it's already starting.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
no, I
because
saw mainstream
we're
media
in this
say it though.
holding pattern now. We're in this holding pattern now where Tua might come back, so we can't upstage him again. So now they're going to try to perpetrate. If Skylar Thompson is that bad, then the fans will accept somebody like CJ Beathard. Okay, CJ Beathard I'm sorry, is not any different than a Skylar Thompson, and I'd argue that
Skylar's better.
being younger and more ahead of him, that Skylar's a better option. Having
Skylar
been
knows our
around here,
offense. Yeah.
but they'll try to perpetrate a CJ Beathard on us because people will trash Skylar so much that they'll be able to easily slide Beathard in and say, well, we got better than Skylar.
I almost
When
feel
they're
like it's like they pay a
when there's no
campaign.
intention of
But
actually bringing in somebody that can give us confidence that we can win games if Tua is not here. What if
don't get
Tua,
a CJ Beathard. Get us an offensive line. Sorry.
regardless of whether Tua retires or not, what if there's a reason he doesn't play again this season? Okay, and we're stuck with CJ Beathard. Really?
Yeah, but see, color the offensive line. Skylar's not bad. It's the offensive line we got to fix. Then we'll be able to run. We'll be able to pass. I mean, that's the offensive line doesn't rely on any other position on the field. And you
I
can't say,
understand, but there are attributes of other quarterbacks that are better than CJ Beathard that would mitigate the problems with our offensive line.
oh, I've heard all kind of rumors like Tom Brady even came in there. Remember, I read that it's on an actual reputable place. Oh, Tom Brady, they're going to look at Tom Brady. Like, no.
And I'm not saying they're better than Tua. I'm just simply saying that they might be better at that. You know what I mean? Getting away from the pocket. You know what I mean? And still getting balls completed.
The Ravens are down 0-2. We'll just trade for Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, they're
But
ready to jump off
would
the
they
ship,
take
aren't
it?
they? Yeah.
But would they take it though?
That was
Man.
totally obviously a joke.
They might.
We have $7 million in cap space. We're not getting anybody but a backup quarterback to Skylar. Period. I mean, we have $7 million this year. We're dead next year. I mean,
And that and unfortunately, hooked up Joe. I don't disagree with you.
Where are the Ravens?
But that directly contradicts what Mike McDaniel said that we were going to do.
Okay, well, he can prove
Which is
me wrong
likely
again.
because they contradict themselves all the time. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm
Well,
just
they prove me
saying it
wrong all the
contradicts what he
time.
said.
They pull some magic out of their special hat. I'll call it a hat because it's a morning show.
Thank you.
He said viable veteran starter. And if he thinks that's CJ Beathard, then I mean,
You know, I forgot about CJ Beathard.
I'd ask why
until
CJ
I saw it
Beathard ain't
this morning.
starting somewhere because I know a team in Carolina that could definitely use a starting caliber quarterback.
I saw people trying to say Miami needs to do whatever they can to go get Bryce Young. I was like, to go from one Alabama quarterback to the next? Absolutely not. You can't
See, Joe,
pay me to see that.
See, Joe, if they're gonna go against what they change their mind, let's say, which they're entitled to, and they're gonna get a backup for Skyler. I'd rather do something like a younger guy like Ritter. That's like maybe Atlanta just blew him and didn't know what to do with him, or
Right. Somebody
you
with
know
a
what I mean,
champ for a
like
spark, not just a veteran journeyman
backup,
that you
like
know who they
C.J.
are,
Beathard. Like
a chug along quarterback.
Exactly. Like it's frustrating because it's like, yeah, I don't think I'm okay with having. I mean, for that, I almost just want to go ahead and just see what Skyler can do. Like, give me Skyler at this point. Like, let's put a decent line in front of him if we can, and see. Okay, is he really the guy that maybe we can get um something
I
out
really
of?
expect us to get news today or tomorrow of who we're bringing in, simply because there's no way you go with Skyler without already having the other option in the
Well,
house, because
oh,
you're going to keep burning games if we go 3 games and then we're like, oh well, Skyler definitely ain't going to keep us going until Tua gets back. Then we're going to bring somebody in and burn 2 more games till they get up to speed.
Yeah.
They need to be
yeah.
brought in now, regardless of whether we go with Skyler as number 1 or not. They got to be brought in now.
Hey
We
guys, I
have to
gotta
be
jump.
getting news anytime now.
I gotta jump. I got a 10 o'clock. Sorry, guys.
No,
Be
I
blessed.
Well,
appreciate it,
thanks for
Dolphin
coming,
Don.
man.
Thank you
It's
so
great.
much for coming through, and thank you for the birthday wishes. Appreciate
Happy
you, buddy.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Peace.
Thanks, Don.
In fact,
But
we
if you
might do
take a
one
look
this year.
at it, it's
You
not
following
that.
my logic though, there, Miss Phins? Like
Yeah,
we'll burn 5 games before it's all said and
I
done,
know.
and we go,
L-
oh well, maybe we got a shot. You
Look at
know,
this. I'm showing you guys the this is why I wanted to bring this up. This is our depth chart, guys. This is the most up to date depth chart right now. ESPN's got it up, and look at all the Q's and O's. Q being questionable, O's meaning out. How are we supposed to be the? But this is supposed to be a better offense than last year.
right? And real quick, you're right, Aqua. Tim Boyle will get called up, but see, that's the point. That's saying to me that we're not really intending to compete right now. So we're saying unless it's Tua coming back in 4 weeks, we're not competing. Like why?
It's
I don't
ridiculous, man.
understand that. Why we're going to waste this talent because anyway, go ahead,
That
Miss Fitz.
no, it's because then in that case, this is malpractice. Malpractice on Greer, malpractice on McDaniel. You cannot set up an entire team. And guys, do me a favor, hit the like button. Can we get to 60 likes, guys? Can we get to 60 likes? If you haven't hit the like button, let's get to 60 likes. I appreciate y'all. Everybody on Twitter and Twitch, go ahead and come over here to the YouTube channel so that way we can go ahead and let everybody else have the opportunity to see that we are live and they can join and subscribe as well. We are 2 people away. Well, actually, no, 12 people away from 1,400 guys, but we're trying to get to 1,500. So if you guys can go ahead and get in there and subscribe, that I know you guys are watching, you're just not subscribing, so subscribe. Okay, I appreciate you. But look at the depth chart. Is it this one? No, this one. Like
And if that's
practically
what we end up doing, Miss
the
Fins,
offense.
then that would be the clearest signal that this may in fact be McDaniel's last season. Because, you know, if you're
We'd
going to
have to
keep
have somebody in
McDaniel
there.
around, you'd want to have another successful season to sell it to the fans.
I don't.
You'd have to have some serious person come in, serious candidate come in to just, I mean, it wouldn't be like with Flores where we just said, okay, we're going to fire him and then go look for somebody. I mean, you'd have to have a name brand serious dude to be saying we're going to
Yeah,
get rid
but
of McDaniel. We would go, the fans, I don't think the fans would go for it at all.
I
Just
would
get
hope
rid of him
so,
willy
Joe,
nilly.
because despite what I think we'll do, I don't want us to do that. I'm with you. I want McDaniel to stay. I'm not like, I'm not out on it. Again, that depends on this next couple games and like this week. Like, Joe, if we Just saying, what if? But what if we really go put a hurting on the Seahawks this week?
What's up, Daddy?
You'd have to say, dang, McDaniel, good job. You know what I mean?
And Skyler wouldn't be going anywhere. We can be talking about who we're going to bring in to put in front of him if we wanted to.
Right.
If he
And
balls
even
out,
if
then
that's
he
the
is
case,
going
if people
anywhere.
want to still trash Skyler after that, then we'll just give more credit to McDaniel.
It's true. It's just I hope that now the expectations for McDaniel, which should have all already been there, is that he elevates his team and he's able to coach up his backup players. And I do, to your point, Color, because I know you said this earlier, is I hope that they actually go ahead and really truly rattle behind or gather behind and rally behind Skylar Thompson, because you never know what you have. And everybody that says that Skylar has had a plenty of opportunities to dethrone him, but he just hasn't. It's not true, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
He had
it
he
just
had a
occurred to me this,
shot.
man. I'm sorry to interrupt, but what you just said, it occurred to me just this second that it's possible that the news that Tua doesn't plan to retire might actually benefit us in that regard, that the team might say, hey, Tua's coming back. Let's win this for him. Like in other words, let's rally behind Skyler so that we can have a proper table set for Tua to come back to. Like in other words, win it for Tua in that regard. Cape up for Skyler so that we make sure Tua's got something real to come back to.
When
Yeah,
you look around the NFL, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Joe.
When you look around the NFL at the quarterbacks that are out there actually playing, I'm not impressed. I mean, God, looking at the Tennessee game yesterday,
I
and you're
know.
like,
I
man,
know.
Skyler's better than that, and it's just, and so when you get down to it, we
Or
put
at
it all on the
least
quarterback. But
equally sufficient, Joe. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, and that's not just pulling out the worst either. I'm talking about, like, if you get the average quarterback out there right now, I mean, would we even want him as our backup? I mean, would we want him in what other, like, if you pick half the teams in the NFL and grab their starting quarterback and plop it on our team, what do we think?
Right, exactly. We can name a couple of them. Will Levis, Mr. Coffee Mayonnaise, Bryce Young. Yeah, there was some moments last night, but I think Caleb Williams, although he's only a rookie, so you could give him some grace.
Hard to give him much grace with his talking.
Exactly.
Like he's going to be the best thing since sliced bread. That punter's not going to have to punt because I'm coming in freaking one
Nope.
touchdown.
Do
12
not
punts.
bring that man in. Do not bring him in. I do not like Caleb Williams. Think he's gonna be a bust.
Yeah, we were calling bust on that. One thing I'd like to say about the McDaniel, you know how McDaniel is too tricky for his own britches, like
Seriously.
a lot. And what I'm wondering is if the play calling being changed for Skyler as a game plan is going to benefit the team as a whole by calming it down a little bit. Keep it simple, stupid. Use our talent to win the game. Try not to use. We don't need
That's how we should be winning anyway. Hooked up.
We've got magical talent. So
that's
let's
how
just
we should be winning anyway.
Absolutely. So sometimes necessity is the mother of invention, and I hope this is a case of uninvention, if you will.
Or addition by subtraction.
That's a better way to put it.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey,
welcome,
I'm back. Long time, but welcome back to her.
This is give us your name again.
My name is Juan.
Juan?
Yeah.
Are you the Juan and only? Juan?
Yeah, the one that always said it. You pay that guy, it's gonna be problems. And look now, what we gonna do now? Anybody got any idea?
No, we're just trying to survive to see if they are gonna do what they keep saying.
I'm gonna be honest with you right now. The only hope we got right now is Tom Brady. Nobody else. I take Tom Brady in the Green Day right now. But the question
He
mark is,
is
hmm?
can he leave Fox though? Is he allowed to leave Fox? I know he
Hell
hasn't
yeah,
retired yet.
he don't care, man.
He
Yo,
has to walk away from like $300 million, I think.
with
I don't
okay,
think
he don't,
so.
he don't, he don't care. He don't care about the money. He care about the legacy.
Listen, it would be.
he ain't
It's
coming
funny
here behind
if
our O
he.
line.
I don't think. Yeah, but well, I mean, I feel like he would be able to manage it. But this is the only thing, Juan. Before you continue with the Tom Brady situation, I don't think Fox. I think Fox might just suspend his contract, and they're not gonna leave out. You know, Tom Brady just because he wants to go back and play. If anything, that'll give him even more ratings if he is able to pull a Tampa Bay situation over here. But
Right,
Hmm.
in his last broadcast before showing up to the Dolphins organization, he tells his commentator, "Here, hold my beer," and then
pretty
like a
much,
year, and then like a year later, after winning the Super Bowl, he comes back in the booth. He's like, "Ooh, I just had to take care of something real quick."
Hmm.
thanks. You know what I mean? So
Hey, but the question mark is, two are gonna see the real doctors today, this whole week, asking for advice. My God, I got a dream that he came out and gave a report before Thursday saying that I'm sorry, but I gotta leave the game because my family is more priority than the game. Because there is and health concern, I choose to stop. But then, unless it come to some kind of negotiation between the Dolphins and the organization, him, I mean, grab $40 million and just walk away. But at the same time, that was my dream. I woke up with that. I was watching the game. I was watching the game, and I saw the first two quarters. And you know what I said? My sleep is more valuable than this game. I didn't find the game more. I didn't find the game interesting. I don't know why.
wow.
Until I went to sleep, and they were like by halftime they were up already. I mean, the other team was up, the Bills. But then when I wake up, I see this news saying to a concussion. I'm like, holy shit! And I was like, wow, that's football. But at the same time, I was kind of excited to see the first two quarters because the offensive line was kind of protecting him. I don't know where he threw those in tools. I don't know what the fuck he's thinking. But
Juan.
sorry, sorry, sorry,
This
sorry,
is
sorry about
a
the
come
bad
on
word.
PG show. Yeah,
Sorry.
it's
I
okay.
don't know
Go
what
ahead.
he was thinking throwing the into to nobody. I mean, the first one I understand because it's kind of he tip it, but the second one, I don't know. It just didn't make no sense. But him to risk it like that, come on. I was watching yesterday's game and the QB for Texas, he slide. Why you gonna do that? He gonna be
Even
head
Caleb
first?
Williams did it too. Caleb Williams
Huh?
did it too. He got the first down, got an extra 7, 8 yards, and then slid in the middle of the field. I'm like,
That's the whole way. That's a
why?
trick. You gotta slip down. No head to head. How you gonna head to head and somebody coming full speed? Are you out of your mind? Especially the QB.
I got a question for you guys, True, before I forget this.
Mm.
Do you think it should be it's reasonable to expect a quarterback that even if he's scrambling, he still knows where the first down is? Because all I heard on Friday was, well, the thing is, Miss Finch, you gotta think when he's scrambling, he don't know where the first down is, and that's
Hell
probably
no.
why he probably went head first. I'm like, I'm sorry, wait, pause. So like we don't have hashes and we don't have those main lines at the
Yeah, they know it. They
30,
know everything. They know
35.
everything.
No,
It's
my
just the
point is quarterbacks are supposed to know that and know where they're at on the field. Know where that
hmm
first down marker is. No matter if you're scrambling, no matter what it is, even if you're going backwards, you should still know where that first marker is. I feel like that's something fundamental that they teach quarterbacks in Pee Wee or in like high school. So I'm not understanding why it's unreasonable to be expecting your franchise quarterback to know where he's at and not have to go ahead and take on a head-on collision like that. But go ahead, sir.
Hmm. I only say, one thing. Um, I don't believe in Thompson. I'm sorry, but Thompson got to prove me a lot to believe in him right now. Because now the whole ball game now they're
Okay.
gonna be blitzing. They're gonna be blitzing like crazy. They're gonna make sure he gets sacked all the time. He's gonna be worse. He's gonna be worse than Tannehill. Put it that way. Um, would you want to get Tannehill back?
Me
Wha-
personally, no.
So I hope you do. What hope we have?
I don't
I
think
will.
that
I,
Tannehill might
I
be the
will.
guy for us.
I believe the season ticket this year after this incident is gonna plumb. It's gonna become cheaper. I don't think people are gonna be spending money like they got their point of view a certain way, but now I believe they put it on the market for sale because now it's a gamble. You don't know if you're gonna win. And remember what was the defensive player that they don't want to pay him that he left to the Raiders? I think it is. Now everybody run the ball to the middle. The middle became like a green light. Everybody passed it with no problem. So now we getting burned through the middle. That's sad. But it's gonna be a long season ahead. And I believe this dude from the Bills, he still got it, man. They were playing with us like we little kids, yo. I was like, I don't know, man. That
And we look like
division
the
game,
JV team.
yeah, because we're supposed to win that game in the house, not lose. And now we gotta play in their house, hyper 2-0. Oh no, that's a bad sign. But hey, we should start searching for QB in the college football. That's what we should do because by week 2, I'm about to throw the whole season under the bus. It's sad, but that's it. My daughter be telling me, Daddy, you think season's over? I was like, yes, season long over. We gotta repeat all over again. Then you lack up all this play for 3 years. So what you gonna do now?
Uh, that's a part that pisses me off because everybody was still under contract for this year. There was zero need for them to make these extensions. Zero, 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 zero need.
You don't
And they
realize
still went ahead and did it.
you don't realize it happened every time, most of the time. Oh, two what you get paid, two what you get paid. Look, what happened? Well, I know the rule of the book is like you gotta walk away in order not to get paid. But then you're gonna keep the guy the whole season. Then what's gonna happen then? It's sad. It's a sad day, sad pill to swallow because right now, what are you gonna do? What do you think is the best idea? You think we should pay him or what?
Who?
No. Well, who should we get? Because I don't trust Thompson like that. He gotta prove me a lot, and we ain't got no money to give.
Well, I personally have trust in him. I know a lot of people don't, and it's fine. You know what I mean? But I do have trust in him. I do believe that he um he actually will be good enough for us. I think with the right game plan set just for him, not doing nothing, but just for him, I think that if McDaniel were to elevate him, then yeah, I think we should be good.
Who do we play next?
Okay. So let me pull a. We play Seattle. We play Seattle next. No, this one.
When do we have a bye week?
Week 6. I told people this on Friday, guys. Do not expect Tua Tagovailoa to be here any earlier than 6
Only one.
weeks.
6 weeks and thinking. 6 week and thinking, do I walk up the game? Whatever the doctor gonna tell him is gonna be very powerful speech. Very powerful speech. It is worth playing football and not recognize my family. It's just, he's in a tough position now. Very tough position to think. He's too young too.
Yeah, but we can't make those decisions for him. He's gonna make those decisions for himself. You know what I mean? What up, Nene?
Hmm.
Welcome back.
It is
Oh,
storming in North
I
Carolina.
gotta
I feel
run.
like I'm back in South Florida.
Thank you, Hooked Up Joe, man. You're the best. Appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks for
Hey, I
having me and
wanted
happy
to ask you.
birthday. I'd sing, but I won't sing as a birthday present. All right.
Hey,
Why?
who's
Listen,
this?
Joe, don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. Nene has a question for you.
Oh, okay.
Hey, who's up, Joe? How you doing? I always love
Good.
your
How
voice
you
and
doing?
your takes. Hey, I did have a question, and I don't know while I was at my first appointment if y'all got to it. Do you believe that the NFL will step in and make Tua either retire or sit longer because of all of the heat that's coming from the national media? What do you guys think?
I
I,
think that it's um I think they could try and they do have influence. I don't think it would be I don't think it would be fair to the Dolphins to tell them that they they have to retire their quarterback without having the proper compensation for making that be a reality. Not saying we're going to force him, but if the doctors say he's clear and everybody says he's clear to play, and the NFL wants to come in and say, "No, we're just not with it," then I don't see how they could do that without being um, a little bit out of bounds. I think they would and they could and they might, but I still think they're out of bounds doing it without some level of serious compensation to the
hmm
team. Because right now we're stuck in no cap and they're telling us, you're bought and paid for quarterback. You're not allowed to play because we say we don't want him there, not because doctors say they don't want him there. One other thing is I think that he's thinking that the fact that he's saying that he's not planning to retire doesn't mean that the doctors aren't going to tell him he has to retire and we're going to get a injury settlement out of
Yeah.
this too. You know what I mean? So I'm not putting a whole lot of that means he's going to be back behind that. I'm putting that's the what he would have to say no matter what.
The reason why I asked because we had a similar situation with Chris Bosch, if you remember, from the Miami Heat, and he had the blood clots, and the organization decided that they were not going to let him play. And it was a little messy at one point, but he did end up retiring. I just wonder for the NFL's because I can see the NFL side of this too. Like it seems like every time you bring this guy on national TV, he's getting carted out, he's getting knocked out, and now my brand is on headline news because of a guy whose health concerns are so visible. If you get where I'm going with
Hmm.
this, I can see their side and like, hey, if this guy goes out there and unfortunately his condition gets worse, put in a coma or even I'm not even gonna utter the words, but y'all know where I'm going. The NFL is gonna get the blame. You know how this works. They're gonna be like, why did you guys not stop him? So that's why I asked the question in the way I asked it.
And I think there should be general compensation in general for this sort of thing. I mean, their contract should be a two-way street, and you understand that you have to give players. You can't say if you get hurt, we're going to stop paying you because they're just not going to play very hard. A bunch of other
Hmm.
reasons. But at the same time, when something legitimately happens and a player is legitimately out, there should be a legitimate way to not have your entire next 3 years completely ruined because you don't have uh, cap space.
Well, I think, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's not like they would just send him with nothing. I think he has a lot of guaranteed money, and it will be some type of settlement, obviously. But again, when you see this on headline news, you hear less about Tua, and it's another NFL, concussion. I think the NFL lost a big lawsuit due to concussions. No.
The biggest ever, yeah. That's their only real big thing. And that's why even when it was his back injury last year, they called it a concussion, put it in the concussion protocol so they could just keep everything all nice and compartmentalized in one little issue instead of actually addressing all the injuries. Like to me, his neck whiplash that he got on that was some serious stuff, right? But they're not talking about his neck or talking about anything else. It's just they're to talk about a concussion, and
I
everything
remember that.
else might as well be a broken leg.
I remember that.
Well, yeah, I know I see Tua's side because sometimes you have to save a player from himself. Again, that's why I brought up Chris Bosh. I don't know how familiar you are with him and his situation, but he wanted to play. And the Miami Heat said, absolutely not. We're not going to let you get back on this court. And I know they paid him off pretty nicely and neatly, but he did try to sue. And eventually, I think he just went ahead and just said, I'll walk away. But I do believe that the brand does have a responsibility because this will form another question. If the Dolphins or the NFL has no say, then why do we do physicals in the first place?
Mm,
You know, if they
Ooh.
have no complete say on anything that goes on
mm,
with their brand, then why do
mm.
you require players to have physicals? Even when you're traded, you have to have a physical in order to maintain that you're healthy. So, I can see it from their position that I'm sorry, Miami Dolphins, that you made a decision to pay this guy this money. We did not force you to do that. You made that conscious decision as a to
Yep,
even
just like
say,
Mike just said.
but whenever this situation, yeah, but just like but whenever this comes on Good Morning America and Inside Edition and all these networks, they're blaming the NFL, not Tua or the Miami Dolphins. So I can see it from their side of it too. It's not
Tough
fair.
spot for everybody. Just
Mm. Bad
tough.
reputation.
Yeah, good point, Nene. And Lewis was bringing up the same thing. He's like Thursday night football, just prime time over and over again. He doesn't think he didn't think the NFL is going to allow him back at all. From what I was hearing him say, I don't put words in his mouth, but I mean he was kind of agreeing with you on that. And you can't. It's hard to argue with it as well.
So Nene and Hooked Up Joe on Friday morning, my show, which funny enough, again I said it in the morning. I said, ladies and gentlemen, the NFL's gonna be the one making that call with Greer and telling them, listen, so we're gonna go ahead and give him all the resources and all the time off he needs so he can do all the evaluations. So that way, if and when he does come back and decides to, we're all good. So we're giving him extra time. And I said it. Look, and I pulled up, and this is why I put up the schedule. I pulled up the schedule because I was like, looking at the schedule, I'm like, this man is not coming back to week 7. I do not foresee Tua coming back before week 7. Hey, Pamela, what's up? But yeah, look at here. Week 3, you got the Seahawks away. Then we come Monday Night Football for the Tennessee at home. Then we travel to Foxborough and go to New England. And then we have what do you call it? Our bye week. I'm like the NFL, and I said this 2 years ago. Yes, technically, this is going to be ultimately up to Tua's choice if he wants to play or not. But the NFL, you don't think these owners don't have backdoor deals and backdoor calls and whatever? Like, you don't think the commissioner makes certain calls just to be like, hey, this is what we're thinking. What do you think of what we're thinking?
Yeah, there's a
If
lot
they
of
wa-
communication
Come
that
on,
happens
man.
behind the scenes that
And
they
we
should
don't
not
see
be
that.
privy to.
Exactly. We don't see that. We're not there because obviously they don't want us to be there. But they trust me. These are billionaires. They all got egos. And right now Tua's making all of them look bad, period. No matter how you want to slice it. Why do you think they push so hard to get flag football into the Olympics? Like this is exactly what they're gearing up to be. And to me, this is out of the Dolphins' hands. This is on the NFL. And in my personal opinion, my opinion only, looking at everything that happened, if you don't believe me, didn't Tua clear two seasons ago where he was technically able to play that playoff game, but somehow was still left off? You don't think the NFL had nothing to do with that? Okay. And I know people are bringing up the NLPA and NFLPA, but you don't think those conversations are being had with the PA as well? Like, this is what I mean. Like, just because we don't know about these conversations, that don't mean doesn't happen. And
And the
some of us,
NFLPA is not exactly always right. I mean, they're the ones that were classifying the back injury as a concussion, just trying to put it all into one little bucket there. That wasn't the NFL doing that. That was NFLPA, which to me, they're not really protecting the players when they're kind of just having one bucket for real injuries, which is a
yeah,
concussion.
that's kind of
Well,
ridiculous.
I would give y'all another controversial topic where the NFL did step in, whether you want to agree or not. The
Mm-hmm.
Colin Kaepernick situation. There wasn't no health issue with him, but he never played it down, and he would never play it down. And they brought him out. Well, I'm not saying whether you agree with what he was doing, but the fact of the matter is, the NFL has a brand, and in this brand, when people say, "Oh, the NFL doesn't have anything to do with it," yes, they do.
Yes, they
They
do.
absolutely do. As soon as that comes on the news, yes, Tua name is mentioned, but the NFL, especially when you bring up that the one lawsuit that they lost, the concussion, they do have a brand that when this thing it happens, it makes them look bad. It really, and let's be honest, the Miami Dolphins is not in a good place with the NFL. Did we not forget that the NFL reprimanded our owner? Did we not forget the scandal with the man doing coke on the cheerleader? Did we not forget bullying gate? Did we not forget the Flores situation? Like some of y'all, I don't like to insult people, but I wonder like where you at? Hello, Earth. We're on Earth. This is not Pluto. Like there, and the fact that Roger Goodell was right there in attendance.
That makes
You
it
don't
even
think
worse.
And
you don't think
Nene,
that this man? Hey,
just to
Sweet Pea.
say that, hey, sweetie, just to say that, they even missed a planet altogether if they're on Pluto.
Like
It's not even a
I
planet
get that.
anymore.
I get that they want they. Sometimes I don't know what they want, but it don't even seem like they want the best interest of Tua at this point. I think some people go to an extent that they want to be right
Oh,
versus,
1,000,
you
1,000%.
know, it's logical common sense that the NFL that's who he works for. When this happens, their brand and here's the other thing. It's not just the NFL, but all of football gets scrutinized. The college level, high school level. Why do you think we see the calls that we see in order to protect the quarterback or people in general? If the NFL does not hold some type of accountability, hello, they would not be implementing these rules to AKA soften up the game if it
Mm-hmm.
didn't matter. Like
Well,
common sense, hello, I'm on line one. Answer, please.
and here's my thought on that exact thing, Nene. And hey, Miss Phins, my darling, I love your
Hi.
beautiful smiling face. Hey, Joe, my friend. But I want to say that I think that if the NFL does not protect Tua from himself, and that's assuming that he will decide that he wants to play again. That's just based on that assumption. If they don't, they're completely hypocritical because you can't throw in all these marshmallow rules where now you can hardly look at a quarterback. Everything is about protect, 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 and then allow Tua to come back in and play. If you do, you're a complete hypocrite.
And it's interesting, Nene, that you brought that up, and I think you make a good point, Miss Pam. And nice to see you again. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I One thing I was talking last night, I was like, bro, take a look at this. People forget the NFL has retired players before. This isn't nothing new. And what do you mean? Simple. Haven't you seen that there's some guys that maybe perhaps have really bad off the field stuff? They might have a few years in their under their belt left, in the tank left, but somehow they don't get a job. They don't get another position. They don't get man. These
Not a
own
coincidence.
they get retired
Mm-hmm.
by the NFL. And when we
Look at
say the NFL, people, we're talking about the owners. The NFL is the owners. That's why they have Goodell. That's what we mean when we say the NFL. The billionaire owners, they retire players all the time. And that's why you don't see them getting opportunities. But sorry, go ahead, Nene.
Well, that the good point of that is Antonio Bryant. He was literally in his prime, one of the best wide receivers in the game, and he can't find a job. I think it's just asinine and lack of common sense. If you don't think the NFL does not have influence on these players and how their careers go in terms of employment, right? Now, granted, can't say it loudly, hey, NFL public announcement that we're forcing Tua not to play, but they do have ways. There's, like they says, other ways to skin a cat. And for like the new people that's coming in, see
Yeah.
what he's getting ready to do. We're just saying that the NFL allegedly was responsible why he didn't return in 2022. That was the narrative out there in the community, that he was cleared to play, but the NFL said no. We already know for the most part that the Miami Dolphins are pro whatever Tua wants to do. Case in point, most teams probably would not have offered him that contract and played him on the 5th year, but we paid him. So I don't think it's a question of the Miami Dolphins at this point. I think Chris Greer loves him. Mike McDaniel loves him. I think if there's one person that may have questions, it's Stephen Ross. I always say that Stephen Ross has questions about him and looking for someone else. And there's significant evidence. Tom Brady, Lamar Jackson, pick a player. Deshaun Watson. We was one lawsuit away settlement for having Deshaun Watson on this team. But I do believe that the NFL, whenever this makes national news, I ain't talking about your local Channel 7 news down there in Miami. I'm talking about the national pundits, the CNNs, the Fox News. They do not like these stories to happen. But when you're playing on Thursday night and we're the only team that's playing, this does become a conversation. And if you think that's just blindly hating Tua, you have other problems.
Well, and I heard earlier your comment, you were speaking my truth and my narrative, Nene, because I feel like when the Miami Dolphins gave Tua his extension, it was complete irresponsibility on their part because that 5th year option was sitting there and the guy has a history of this health issue. And it is not the normal, if you can say such a thing, about a concussion. It is a certain type of concussion that causes certain types of problems. and it is extremely deadly. And when you give that guy all that money, and I'm not saying he's not worth it, this has nothing to do with his value as a player, but the facts are that if you ignore that 5th-year option and you pay all this money knowing full well that there was a huge percentage chance that what happened would happen, it's complete irresponsibility on the part of the Miami Dolphins.
Oh, no doubt about it. But just like with bullying and everything else that the Miami Dolphins, it's one of those things like they are making the NFL get involved because they're not fixing their issues in house, if that makes sense. This is going to be another case
Yeah,
where
exactly.
they have to get involved. It's just like when you're a kid and you do something and the teacher tells your parent, now the parent has to get involved because now they're involved in it. And I just think people are not really thinking about the ramifications of the concussion conversation. And the fact of the matter is, if we go back to 2022, they literally changed the concussion protocol because of what happened on that Thursday night with Tua fencing and being carted out of that stadium. So I just think like when people say they love Tua, I don't even believe that at this point. I think you like being right. And that's a
I
small
agree.
portion of the community. There's a small portion of what I call ego that's out there that they just want him to be him. And I think Tua, it's hard for someone when you've been working all your life and this is your dream. But at some point, you have to look at your babies. You have to look at your wife. You have to look at your mom and your dad and say, hey, I may not be able to take the contact because when we play other teams, they're not going to put a red jersey on them or put a flag on them and say, hey, we can't hit Tua or we can't push him. Because again, I go back to the hit, ladies and gents. The hit was not that bad. It was not that bad. It wasn't like it was a dirty hit. And
No.
again, if you're sitting there
He
Tua
was
trying to prove
he was sitting there. Literally, he didn't even move. Damar didn't even move until it hit him.
And but the other part of that is you look at the very end of the play, his head hit the ground. It wasn't just that hit. When he went down, you watch and his head snapped and hit the ground like we have seen in the past. One of the things that I have to disagree with a little bit, you are not wrong about the fact that sometimes the Dolphins force the NFL's hand, but I also feel like a lot of times the NFL is treating us differently. And I'll give you a couple of examples. So whenever the media, and I mean the sports media, and I can point out Rex Ryan specifically, calling for our coach's job because he allowed Tua to play after he had been cleared by not just the team doctor, but the NFL doctor. Why is that being allowed to happen? They did this big blow up in the media about all of that stuff, and then it just died down because they were all wrong. But it was allowed to happen. It was allowed to make us look like we did something bad and illegal. And why? When our owner takes a meeting with the king cheater himself, the Miami Dolphins lose a first round pick. He gets fined and banned from the stadium, but the king cheater walks away scot free. The one who's been caught cheating, the one who's lied repeatedly. Why was there nothing made of that? They're just, we get treated differently and not in a good way.
Yeah, go ahead and finish that. You're right, Miss Pam. Go ahead and finish, Nene, because I know you were sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Is she there? I don't see her.
Oh man, She must have cut off.
There, is that her? No.
No. That's Fred, I think.
Hey, Fred. Yeah, what happened to Miss Nene?
Good.
Oh
Good
man,
morning.
yeah, I don't know what happened. Maybe she got a call.
Good morning, Miss Phins and ladies.
Good morning.
What's up, Miss Phins? You know me, man. Of course, I keep saying I'm not for Tua getting hurt. And being happy about it, none the least bit. But come on, man, we got to look now. Like, are we going to watch defenses if he does come back? Uh, just let up on Tua, because that hit he took with DeMar Hamlin looked like Hamlin was just trying to hold him up.
Yeah.
So is it fair for defensive players to have to let up when they hit this man? You know what I'm saying? When they get a shot at him.
Hmm.
And the next thing you know, they'll be calling the NFL soft. NFL football players soft, as I call my quarterback. You know what I mean? I mean, soft might be you know, maybe too much a word to use, but hey, it's what it is. So I don't think it's fair to uh, all defensive players that we play that they can't, go ahead and get a nice shot in on him, clean shot, I may add, when they have a chance to. You know, that's just my opinion.
Right.
It ain't even fair to his offensive players, man. His offensive linemen, to his offensive linemen, if they whiff on a block and he gets hit, man, how are they going to feel? You know what I mean? So this doesn't just affect Tua, man. This affects a lot of guys playing in the NFL, man. You know,
Yeah, it
No,
does.
you're right.
It's going to affect, for a long time, you would think, anyway, for a long time, how things are, going. Yes, I was talking about Brady, guys. Yes, the king cheater. That's what I call him. I can't even hardly stand to say his name. Mhm.
You guys are funny.
So, Miss
what?
Fins, you look
Go ahead.
beautiful. I'm so happy to see your smiling face.
Thank
Is everything
you.
going good? I haven't seen you in a minute. Oh,
Oh
you always
man.
have my support, though. I'm always,
Oh, I
you
know
know.
you still a member. You still, you come, and I know that you're hitting the like button and stuff. No, it's a blessing. I've been celebrating my birthday for the last 2 weeks. I got a great win in the opening, week. Devastating loss in the second, but we're moving on to the third, and I do believe in my team. I believe my coach can go ahead and move us forward and really make this game plan for him. I think one of the successes we had 2 years ago with having Skylar Thompson, and I feel like nobody talks about this, is that after he got a couple weeks underneath him, look at we only lost by 3 points, guys, in the playoffs in the men's third start ever. So now we're what 2 years removed from that. This is year three, and I hope that he gets. I do hope that Tua takes enough time to give himself plenty of time for his brain to heal up, and that we see Skyler for the next what 1, 2, 3, 4, at least the next 4 weeks.
At least.
Seattle, Tennessee, Patriots. So he can get 3 games in. We get into the bye week, reevaluate Tua. If he's good to go and they allow him, I don't see, and I said this on Friday, I don't see Tua coming in here and playing before week 7. I think if
I
he does, it will be week 7, or it might actually end up being week 8 because it'll be a home game. It'll be a home
yeah.
game. So that's the
So
only thing.
you
I
think
think they
that he's healthy enough to come back and play? Like personally, I think he should never play another down. I watched a few different podcasts podcasts. There was a couple of guys that were doctors, and they were explaining the type of concussion that Tua had. You know, they're not all the same. And that posturing, the part of his brain
Defensive.
that is injured, all of I can't remember the type. I mean, they were being very technical, and they were breaking it down second by second, looking at what happened and explaining what happened. But like I said earlier, if you watch the end of the play, his head smacks the ground. So, you know, whether the biggest injury was with the impact, but like you said, it wasn't that bad, or if it was when he hit the ground, there is a type of concussion. This is at least the second one that he has sustained of this type. And
No
they
way.
literally said it was deadly.
Hold up. Is this for real or y'all messing with me? Is this breaking news?
I hope you cannot.
I
Oh,
hope it
please
is.
no.
I hope it is. I hope
Hold
it's
up. Have the Miami Dolphins made a change? And I gotta get to everybody's shout out to everybody that wished me happy birthday yesterday. I appreciate y'all. But this, I gotta check this live, ladies and gentlemen. If
Yep.
these news is for
Well,
real,
okay. Traderumors.co. Hold on a second.
because last time I checked,
Joe's always on
Huntley
it.
was signed
Go,
by
Joe.
Huntley was signed by the Ravens back into the team. I don't know if he was put in what do you call it? I don't know if he was put in practice squad or whatever, but
That's what some random site's showing. So we'll see if it comes out
okay.
to fruition. But yeah.
Tom Pelissero, hold on. This is for real. 7 minutes ago. Tom Pelissero, the Miami Dolphins are signing
Okay.
former
Yeah.
Pro Bowl
That's a real
QB
person.
Snoop Huntley off the Ravens practice squad. Okay. So this is for
Wow.
real. Per sources, with Tua Tagovailoa in concussion protocol, Skylar Thompson is in line to start Sunday at Seattle, and now Huntley could be a factor in incoming weeks as well. Whoa, ladies and gentlemen. Live breaking news.
Wow.
And you know what's so interesting, ladies and gentlemen? I actually, because I was thinking about him, and then I saw that he got re-signed by the Ravens. I wasn't sure if he was in the 53 or practice squad. So I
He's
could
on the
totally see.
practice squad.
Well,
Yep.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it was the practice squad. But breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, if you just getting in,
Right
if you're
here.
just listening, the Miami Dolphins are signing former Pro Bowl QB Snoop Tyler Huntley of the Ravens practice squad per sources. With Tua Tagovailoa in concussion protocol, Skylar Thompson is in line to start Sunday at Seattle, and now Huntley could be a factor in incoming weeks as well. This is per Tom Pelissero, so absolutely great to see that we got. Let me make sure I put this under Miami first. Okay.
I'm
Breaking
happy
news,
to
breaking
see
news
a
alert.
move, right? Happy to see a move. I'm not sure about this move. It could be a great move. I had a name in mind myself that I would have liked to have seen them make a move on Sam Howell. But, you know, hey, they're making a move. I'm happy to see it. Wow.
I'm
Breaking
putting it in
news.
a I'm putting in a was or is. I'm putting in, guys, I'm asking you guys, is signing Tyler Huntley a good move for the Dolphins? Put it in the chat, put it in the comment section. Guys, I need 10 more likes. If you guys can go ahead and hit that like button, guys, help us out here. We're bringing you breaking news. A shout out to you guys with the update here. Thank you, Context. Thank you. Let's see here. My research signed from practice squad. Yep. That's awesome. Thank you, guys. It really does help. You know what I mean? When you guys appreciate it. Sea Devil got you first, though. Sea Devil, Said, nope, never mind. Huntley, yeah, it was context. Dang, context. You were in it. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate you.
That was
Um,
beautiful. Great
wow,
job.
ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty good. That means you're gonna see a ton of people. You're gonna see a ton of people. I got a quote read to you
Yelling
because
Snoop, Snoop, Snoop.
yeah,
Yeah.
dude, you're not even lying. Let me put my little eyeballs. I don't know. I just really like this eyeball emoji.
The lurking.
Yeah. Or like, do y'all see this? Kind of, that's how I take it. So
There's your eyeball emoji.
Tyler's gonna take Skylar's job. Where Pete
That's
at?
funny.
Really? Jeez,
We'll
man. Hey,
see.
AB, you are a Skylar hater, sir. You are a hater. We don't appreciate that, and you
For
should
real.
find another team for you to root for because Skylar Thompson is a starting quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. He's wearing the aqua and orange, and everybody should be putting their support behind him 100% for him to succeed coming up in this game. And you just sound like a hater, sir. So you don't belong in this fan base. Okay, AP.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, B, you know I love you,
I
man. But
hope,
you know
I
that
hope,
was
I hope,
coming.
I hope Mike McDaniel doesn't feel the way ABAB does, man. Let me tell you.
Well, I don't think
Man.
there's any chance that uh, comes in Sunday
I think
next.
she
Yeah,
got her
yeah,
emoji.
Sunday over Skylar, and I think if Skylar plays really well, the thought will be to let him continue. But if he doesn't, I like the fact that we have a viable plan B. We needed this. They needed to make a move. Whether this is a great move or not, it's to be seen. But I love that they did it.
Hey guys, I'm back. I'm really literally moving, like moving homes. And y'all are like catching me to every location I gotta go to. The bank, the place I'm renting from. But Miss Pam, I kinda got cut off, but I just want people also to think about, the other players didn't show up neither. Like where was Tyreek Hill? Where was
100%.
Waller? The only person I think that was consistent was John Smith and Devon A. Chain. Everybody else looked like they were lost in the sauce. And this is where I don't like sometimes where we open up the bank and just let people walk in with bags and just grab what you want. No, 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 no. I get Miss Finch, you always talk about continuity. But sometimes you gotta have a little patience when developing continuity because now when you get locked into these contracts, you can't look at the NFL and say, "Hey, come save me from the mistakes that we made with bringing our personnel." Nobody is gonna baby the Miami Dolphins. Like I was saying, for everybody that was panicking about Skylar, I said, "Well, it's not like the Miami Dolphins are gonna go out there every game and take a knee and say, "Hey, we're not gonna play because we have no chance because Tua's not playing." They still got
Right.
to go out there and play football. Plain and simple. And I know for a lot of people, again, I think it's less about the Miami Dolphins or Tua, and it's more about the things that they've said in spaces, the things they've said in Twitter, the things they've wrote in comments. And it's something about their ego being bruised like a peach that you're
Mhm.
possibly wrong. And more of that than caring about the Miami Dolphins. Because if you care about the Miami Dolphins, like Lewis was up here saying, I may not think Skyler is an elite quarterback, but I love this team. And if that's who they have out there, I have to render my support towards who's out there playing because I want my team to win. It's not like every possession. I really believe on both sides of the aisle, to be fair. I think there's some people when Tua mess up, it gives them that ego. See, I was right. He's not the guy. Or if Skyler throws, an interception, see, I was right. But notice what the key word in it. I. it had nothing to do with the love for the Miami Dolphins. It's their own personal opinions that we call agendas here. I'm learning that in social media. Instead of opinion, it's called an agenda. I guess we're running campaigns on social media.
No,
Right.
apparently, because
Right.
it don't even make sense. That's extremely improperly way of using that word. But what do you expect for today's age, anyway? So there you go.
I'm with you
And,
on
Well,
and
that
I
one,
I don't
Nene.
how what you
That's
say?
a
What you,
I'm with you on that one. That's my biggest pet peeve of all of everything that has to do with anybody is that exact thing. That 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 I was right. I don't care whether it's right about this or right about that, or especially when it's when the team something bad happens to the team and somebody's like, ha 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 ha, ha, see, I was right. I told you. I mean, that just burns me to like no end.
exactly agreed
but
on that.
there's another end to it though. And it's not a victory lap, maybe it's a stroll. But when you've been mocked and belittled that your opinion was wrong, and then it comes to be right, there is a level of space there, if y'all get what I'm saying. Like, I'm not going to be
Yeah.
silent. I'm not going to be silent because I've been fighting these people about Christopher Aloysius Greer III, and every time he decided to flee to the team, look at Greer Cook, look at what he's doing, but now it's falling apart. You don't want me to say nothing about it. Like, come on,
Right.
you can't
Right.
have it both
For real,
ways.
man.
Can't have it
Like,
both ways.
so so I'm with you on taking the victory laps at certain levels of detriment, but I'm also not going to be silenced because your feelings are hurt that someone was warning you like, hey, I respectfully disagree, and here's my why, and you being told you're not a fan, get out the fan base, you're a
Yeah.
hater, and you're like, come on, now that part is not right neither. Now that's when I say you got to be able to stand on them 10 funky toes on what you said. It's called being an
Right,
adult, a man and a woman. You got to be able to say,
right.
hey, you know what? You did say that. You were right. But on Sunday, we all want a W. I think that's where the middle line is. And I'll
Well,
land there.
Right.
and also, if
Yeah.
you're in these spaces, on these podcasts, on spaces, wherever you are on the platform, and your thought is that you go in with your take, your, whatever you want to call it, your opinion, whatever. If you go in and your only thought is that you're right and that you are not even up to listening when somebody else explains something to you that you could possibly be wrong. I mean, for me, this is about learning. You can actually have an opinion and then have someone else say, yeah, but this, and this. And then your opinion can change. You can actually go, you know what? That makes sense. You don't have to stand on an opinion like it's life or death, or you plant the flag on the mountain. I mean, come on. Listen to what there's a lot of intelligence out there. There's a lot of stupidity too, don't get me wrong. But there's a
Well,
lot of
yeah.
intelligence out there, and you should be listening to it and thinking about what people are saying. It doesn't mean you have to change your opinion, but maybe you could listen. I don't know.
Miss Nate. Well, Nene, let me just say, like, I I thought the man was trash at quarterback. You know what I'm saying? But in the same time, I'm going to say I don't want to see anyone suffer a concussion like this. You know what I'm
Mhm,
saying? Or any
mhm.
kind of injury. But me being a Miami Dolphin fan, did think the man was trash at quarterback. You know,
Well, I wanted to.
so so,
I
so
listened to.
I guess
Sorry,
so. I
Fred.
guess
Go ahead.
how so I guess how fans want to take that. I mean, they can get in their feelings and take it. Oh, just wait wanted to see Tua get hurt and whatever that come. No, that's not the case at all. Not the case at all. I just
Well,
want a
so
capable quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. Simple as that.
and so one of the things I was listening to a YouTube podcast earlier, and the guy is huge Miami Dolphin fan. He is a very smart person, whether you agree with what he was saying or not. But I wanted to post or share that video for some of you. And what he was saying is that Christopher Aloysius Greer the third has
I like
not
how they do that. Yeah, I like how they do that.
has not followed the NFL trend. He does not pay attention to what is going on, and it is the reason that we are not being successful with the talent we have. And he specifically said the fact that he has ignored the offensive line, that he has not done anything to help it. And then, as Nene has pointed out so eloquently, then turns around and acts like the fans are stupid because we think he ought to do something with it. But the thing is what he was saying is that the NFL is turning away from the high flying defense and going to a more balanced offense, which I think the coach is calling the plays more that way, but it can't be successful. It's predicated on having the offensive line be able to handle that change. And we are not set up for that. And what he said was that it was so smart that the one part of a team that the entire rest of the team counts on for success is the offensive line. The offensive line can be successful on its own, but the rest of the team cannot be successful if the offensive line isn't successful.
Well, Pam, do we? No, do we say that? Do we say that not addressing the offensive line is Greer's fault, or does Mike McDaniel have play a part in that and say no, we're good at what we have. We can work with what we have. Because I happen to think that if McDaniel asks for that, then Chris Greer goes ahead and makes the move. You know what I'm saying? But what I noticed is I see him trying to sign weapons that are going to help Tua out, wide receivers and tight ends and what may have you. But so I can't put that on Greer that he didn't go out and get offensive, qualified offensive lineman. I think Mike McDaniel had a part in that right there, and probably saying we're good with what we got.
See, I think it was Aloysius. What do we have in common for the last, I don't know how many years? It's not the coach. It's Aloysius. That's what we have in common through every team for the last, I don't know how many years.
Ooh, facts, girl.
And can y'all hear me? Because again, I was going through.
Yes, ma'am.
But the thing of why, here's the thing, Fred. I love me some Fred. Fred is something else. But here's why the venom is to Christopher Aloysius the third, right? And Jose, he is a third. This is the why. Because when you stand on the podium and you address the fans, you address the media, and say y'all are more worried about it than we are.
Mm-hmm.
That puts a personal accountability that
Okay, Nene. When he says that we are, I mean, where's that going with that? You know what I'm saying?
No, but hold on. So this is
Hey,
why
let her finish. Let her finish.
The reason why I say we, because it's not we talking, it's him talking. He is the voice. So here's the thing: when you're in leadership, right, and there's a multiple leaders and y'all making the decision, but you're the one who voice is connected to the message that voices with, and then he doubled down and said, included poor Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel probably didn't even know he was getting thrown on the bus. But we laugh. That's the thing. We laugh about you guys' concern. you're going to be held accountable. Now, granted, even if he didn't say anything, just like Miss Pam said, all the way from his days of being a scout for this team, meaning he had something to do with personnel and some
Yep.
type of form of action, right? Because let's play the reverse. Let's say it would have been successful for the last 24 years. Let's say we would have won some Super Bowls. We would have been giving Greer some credit, right? So it can't just be that since it's not working, let's add everybody to the gumbo. But if it
Uh-oh.
Hey. Sorry guys, I got my mother calling me. I gotta pick her up from the airport. Just give me a second, but go ahead and finish your what you were saying, Nene. Hello?
Nene, did we lose you? Oh goodness. Well, I want to say I was looking at the your screen up there, Miss Phins, and you are very close to 1,500 subscribers. If you are not subscribed, subscribe, everybody, because we can get this lady to 1,500 subscribers. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yes, I'm all for that, guys. Get Miss Fins to 1,500. Right now we need what? 111 subs, guys. And we got almost 100 people in the building right now. We got 50 on 50 on YouTube, but we got what? We got like 30 something on X, and then obviously Twitch. So throughout everybody, we're close to 100 people right now watching live and enjoying the show. I know we're gonna continue to talk about the breaking news of the Miami Dolphins picking up Tyler Huntley off the practice squad. We're gonna break down some stuff that I have pulled up from Barry because he made some good points. Barry Jackson, shout out to him. But guys, I appreciate it. If you love the content and you want to continue to see this, help me out, guys, so that way we can go ahead and grow the channel. And we're looking to get to 1,500. That'll be the best birthday gift that you guys can give me. Obviously, I'll take donations. It'll be great. But that will be the best birthday present you guys can give me is come over here and subscribe to Miss Fins because I get the notifications. 75% people are watching, but they're not subscribed. So you guys like the content. So let's go ahead and get it up there, guys.
Let's
So we'll
get it at 1,500. And please like, because those likes matter. If you're subscribed, you need to like as well. All the little things that we can do to help Miss Phins. Please get on it, everybody. Get on it. She's worth every
yeah.
penny.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And we got Lou in the building. What's up, Louis? Welcome back. Todd is also in the building too. Let me bring Todd up here. What do you
Hey,
guys got on these news?
Hey, Todd.
I just had to say happy birthday to my fellow Virgo up here.
Yay!
I got to get back to work, but I wanted to come on and say happy birthday, and definitely everybody subscribe. Her show is awesome.
Thank you for the birthday. Happy birthday wishes, Todd. I appreciate
Yeah,
you.
I turned 50. I turned 50 on the 19th.
What? That's
Oh,
actually my little sister's husband's or his birthday is on the 19th, and my cousin's birthday is tomorrow.
Oh boy.
The 17th. Yeah, we were literally born 2 days apart. Like the joke is that uh my mother was pregnant with me, walking in the mall, right? Well, having me, and then my aunt went to the mall to get a present for my mom for me, and then she was walking in the mall and went into labor. So there you
Yeah,
go.
well, see, here's the thing. My cousin is on the 19th, and my brother 6 years apart to the day with me.
Oh my God, son! Nothing but Virgos in the building. I
Yeah.
love it. Happy birthday and happy early
Same to
birthday
you.
to you too, sir.
Same to you, sweetie. You enjoy it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you. And we got crypto in the building. We got everybody in here. Go
Hey, how
ahead,
you
guys.
doing,
I
Miss
think
Phins?
Lewis was
How you
first,
doing,
and then
Pam?
crypto.
What's going on, everybody? Lewis hooked up Joe and Fred.
Oh, and look, shout out to Michael K. His birthday's also on the 18th. Mine gave me birthday.
Happy birthday again to you, Miss Phins.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark Brown and Mark Wayne. Man, we got a lot of marks today. So, guys, if you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe button. Let's get to 1,500. Okay, go ahead, guys. Go ahead, Luke, because I know you were up here first.
I just don't understand. Like, blame who you want to blame, right? It's cool, but I'm just gonna come out and say it. I'm so tired of these weak excuses and narratives about we need a better offensive line. You know why Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel and Tua and all those other people said y'all are more worried about it than they are? Because if you want to go back to last season when I asked the same question, show me the game where the offensive line lost it. No one can show me because those games don't exist. Show me in these first 2 weeks of 2024 where the offensive line lost you a game. You're gonna put the line as the excuse in game one? No, turnovers, right? People missing assignments. It wasn't Chris Greer that told David Long go in the wrong hole on the 60-yard touchdown run to James Cook. That wasn't Chris Greer that did that. That was your starting linebacker that did that. Right? When A-Chain ran for 97 yards behind that trash offensive line, was that a bad offensive line? When Tua Tagovailoa was standing upright for those 3 interceptions, was that the offensive line's fault?
The problem with that,
Not
Louis,
at all,
is
Louis.
I have also been the one not wanting to blame the offensive line like for everything. But after watching how teams have figured out how to play our offensive line, they see our weaknesses, they go for our weaknesses, and that's what we've seen. Now, with our talent, we are able to overcome some of that. But and I point directly to the Buffalo game. I mean, really, if not for 3 turnovers, I don't think we lose that game. I think we win that game. But
But again, that has nothing to do with the offensive line. Those
well,
turnovers.
they were gashing us for yards, right? Just gashing us for yards. And
But that's
we
not the
weren't
offensive
getting the
line.
gash that we wanted against them. Our offensive line, I mean, there is issues with that. There is issues. There's a couple guys we need to upgrade from.
And that's fine. We can upgrade, right? Every 32 teams want to upgrade. The fact of the matter is, on Sunday, you ran for over 100 yards as a team. Your quarterback wasn't getting sacked left and right. This is the problem. People want to pick out 2 plays from Eichenberg and say, hey, the offensive line is trash. People want to pull out 2 plays of Lester Cotton and say, man, the offensive line is trash. What they're forgetting, though, is the other 62 plays in the game.
Hey, Louis.
Yes, sir.
You might not have been here earlier, but I was making a point about I watch Curtis on Ace Per Head, and what he does is he actually counts the number of players that you have on a rush coming at your team versus how many of your own players that you need to stop that rush. And we regularly use multiple extra players to block. If they're rushing us with 4, we're using 6 players, sometimes more, to block their 4. If they're coming at us with 5, we're using 7. And what that does is it makes it so we don't have, you notice we don't do 5 wide. We don't do some of those plays that we used to do or that we could do if we had the right protection. So it's easy to look at the amount of times that the offensive line gave up a play and look at those and look at their PFF stats and say, see, they're not really causing him to have to, he's not getting sacked and they're not giving up, they're not having negative plays. without taking into account that when Tua drops back and he's looking at that secondary and there is absolutely nothing because they've got 3-on-5 in the backfield and he has nothing to aim for and has to do the same dump off pass again, and they swarm that. That's kind of where we're at. So there's more of a nuance. This is what I'm seeing. I'm just giving you my
Right.
point. Is
Well,
that from what I hear from other experts, not
Mhm.
myself, it
Mhm.
made a lot of sense. So I'm curious what your take is on that.
Well, I would like to see Ace per head's breakdown because you just said if they're rushing 5, we're keeping in 6 or 7. But how would they know? How would Mike McDaniel know that before the play call?
Because that's what it takes in order to block him. That's the whole scheme, is to put tight ends and other players out there to do the blocking and that it takes to block their rush. They're not
I
blocking
think
other players. They're not out there blocking for the run. They're out there blocking to
right.
well, we do pretty good on the run because then see that's the
Mhm.
difference, Lewis, that when you look at the fact that we can run and you say, see, we have an offensive line that allows to run to a certain degree, at least certainly did last year. That's kind of an end product of exactly what we're talking about. We have the people it takes to get out there and block some people for a run, but it takes too many people to block for the pass rush.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna be honest. I don't see Alex Ingold staying in to block a lot. Like I really don't. I don't see Jonnu Smith staying in there to block a lot. So I would like to go see Ace per head's breakdown. I'm sure he does great work. It's just hard for me to believe that that's the case all the time. I don't believe it, and I still think you can get 5 wide. Why not? The
Do we
ball's
do it?
coming out. The ball's coming out quick anyway. You
Do
could
we
do it.
do
We
5
just
wide though? We don't.
well, but
Why not?
we just don't do it though, Hooked Up Joe. That's what the problem. Like we can try to sit here and overanalyze and come out to a conclusion and say, well, it's because of the offensive line, but it's not though. It really is not. I'm sorry, it's an lame excuse. The same excuse we've been using for 4 years now. But it's hard for me to believe, right, that it's the offensive line when we lose, but it's the same offensive line that dropped 45 with the Washington Commanders. It put 70 on the Denver Broncos. It put 30-0 last year without a Tyreek Hill on the field when we played the New York Jets. So it's not. So the offensive line is great against what? Bad teams, but in the good teams,
With
they
a
don't
pass
play.
rush.
Well, good pass rush. We played Max Crosby last year. I don't believe he had a sack. 2 years ago, we played Myles Garrett in that vaunted Cleveland Brown front. They didn't have a sack.
And how many players were we playing to keep from that sack happening? That's kind of the point. Is them having a sack doesn't mean crap if we have
I don't
5
think so.
guys or 6 guys blocking 4.
But again, how many plays you say you watched Ace per head? I would love to know. Give me the exact
He was doing the
number
whole
that.
game breakdown and giving it on averages. He said the average play of the entire game was we have 2 extra guys or whatever it was when he did his breakdown, and it was stark and it was over and over. It wasn't just one game. He was breaking down this over and over.
And who are these extra players? Can you give us like it's tight ends eventually and Alex Ingold? I'm assuming.
Even tight ends and
Right.
Engel just I don't know if you put him in there, but mainly your tight end and your and really if they're rushing 4, we already have. We're not blocking with 4, right? That's the problem we're having. And even our running backs have to come up and block. So instead of our running back coming up to do, he'll block and then maybe be able to get out for a dump off after he misses the block and the guy's running at the quarterback.
But you don't think that's an overall? You don't think that's an overall NFL? You don't think that's an overall NFL problem?
No, he was comparing it to other teams too. He was breaking it down and saying, "Look at this team over here. They're doing like 4 for 4 and 4 for 5 regularly the whole game." I'm not sure
that's
that stat this
That's what
year.
I'm saying. But like regularly though, it does look for the most part that Miami's running 4 and 5. Like this narrative that we're keeping 6, 7 people to block. Where is it though? Like when you're watching the game, do you see it?
Nah,
Yeah,
Joe.
actually, I
Nah,
see that
Joe.
there's 0 open in the backfield, when
Nah,
Tua's
Joe.
going back.
Nah, Joe. That ain't what's going on, bro. Ain't gonna, we know what's going on, bro. It's just star wide receivers, 28 million, 30 million, $30 million, 5'8" wide receivers, bro, are being clamped, bro. They're being clamped. And when they do finally get open, somebody gets open, the ball is terribly misplaced. That's what's going on here, bro. I ain't doing that with the offensive line.
That's why they're getting clamped, is because they're running 5-3 on us. I'm
Hey
just
man,
telling you what the numbers are saying.
And it makes
Jim,
sense.
Y'all can argue with Ace per head on it. I'm just telling you, it seemed compelling to me. And I know other people have a different take, so I'm not going to argue with a different take.
Right. I just want to know why does it work then against these lower less teams, but for me, against Buffalo, against Kansas City, against Philadelphia and stuff, it's not the offensive line for me, no matter who's blocking, right? Because even if you're saying we're only running 2-3-man routes, why does it work against lesser teams?
Because we don't have to in those games.
But no, we do. So you're telling me we don't do that against lesser opponents? Is that what I'm hearing?
We're talking about the average for the whole year. So in some games, it's gonna vary every game. It's gonna vary based on how good the pass rush is.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, but
It sounds like we're reaching, bro. That's what it. And I'm not
no,
saying you hooked up Joe. I'm just saying it just that right there. It sounds like a reach to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, man.
no, it's not a reach. Whenever you're playing a team that isn't as successful with their defense against our offensive line, the fact is we have tons of talent out there that can overcome a certain level of dealing with the offensive line, dealing with the
Right.
talent we have out there. We can overcome it. But when you play a team that has a more aggressive defense that is manhandling some of the players on our offensive line, we don't have enough talent to overcome it. I think
Well, let me
it's pretty simple, really.
well, let me ask you this, Miss Pam. What is our offensive line supposed to do when our $30 million wide receiver is getting mushed at the line and going on the ground? What are they supposed to hold for 9 seconds while he gets up?
There's
That's
no
what's going
9
on.
Of course
seconds.
not.
You go look at every other team. Man, I'm looking at these other games. I'm like, man, look how long that quarterback had. I'm watching another game. I'm like, man, look how long that quarterback has. I can't remember
Yep.
last time Tua had that much time. That is our
Yep.
offensive line, period.
Yep.
Hey,
Period.
can I say something real quick about
Well,
this 5 wideouts?
well, they did real quick, Crypto. This is the last thing I'm gonna say. I don't know who watched the game last night with Caleb Williams, but in the first game, they made it clear. They even said it on the broadcast. In Caleb Williams' first game last week against Tennessee, he was holding on to the ball for over 3 seconds. Now, yesterday, right, and this is what the announcer said. He was getting rid of the ball in 2.7. The league average is 2.7 again. I don't know how many times I got to keep
And
saying
lost
it.
the game.
But again, he is a mobile quarterback. So don't tell me that he's running around and the ball. He's holding the ball for 4 seconds. That don't mean he has a great offensive line. That means he's creating time. That's what that means. When you see quarterbacks holding the ball back there, it's just not the offensive line is holding up. I mean, we gotta be better at watching football.
Well, the
Again,
ones I'm watching, he's standing there patting the balls, writing a thank you letter for the last game.
and
I don't
and
see us
and,
doing that.
and absolutely, just like last week, Tua Tagovailoa on the 80-yard touchdown to Tyreek Hill was standing back there patting the ball.
And
Everybody's
that's what we
seen
could
it.
do if we had a real offensive line a lot more often, too.
Oh, okay, all right, I get it.
Let me say something about this 5 wideouts because everybody choosing against selective amnesia again. When we came out with the final 53-man roster, last time I checked, we were complaining about only having 4 wide receivers. So that was by choice of the coach and GM to just tell us we only going to go with a 4 wide receiver construction. But why are we complaining about 5 wide? Last time I checked, 4 was less than 5. So we start getting sets and formations for freaking formations that's not 5 wide. Look at your original 53-man roster construction. So we shouldn't be complaining about our approach of going less 5 wide formations when at the very beginning our construction was less than 5 to begin with.
We want them to go away from that. We want running games and tight end action, and we want them to go away from the 5 wide.
So
I mean,
then 5
I'm not
wide should never
arguing
ever
that
be a part of the conversation because the approach has slightly changed
part of the
on how they're
conversation.
going to have formations going across the board.
And there's going. We don't want them always going 5 wide, but when you never go 5 wide, you can't go 5 wide.
Right, but
There you
that
go.
shouldn't be a complaint as far as the reason why we can't win football games.
It's not the reason we can't win. One of the reasons we can't win is because we're getting smothered by count, like I was just talking about. That hasn't it, if you are running 2 players less on average, you have you got a 5-on-3 in the backfield, you're going to keep seeing going back and getting smothered, and that's the formula for beating the Miami Dolphins. Is you go back and you smother them and you make us run. We have to. I mean, our only way out of this, we got to run our way out of this year. There is no throwing our way out of our situation this year. We just got to, between our offensive line and the rest of our talent. I'm
I don't
glad we have
normally
a hell of
agree
a
with
running back.
Buffalo Bills fans, but I think that statement that Phins just put up there is starting to become more true. Mike McDaniel was out there playing freaking Madden while everybody else is playing football. That's
Seems
the
like
Well,
thing.
it seems that way
one
to
thing
me.
that I
Somebody said,
one thing that I noticed about McDaniel when he's coaching, and whenever the team is doing great and we're high flying, he is the guy having the most fun of anybody. But what I want to see him do is be as creative and be as into it when the game is tough. I I I feel like he kind of goes into a hole. Like if it's great, he's having fun. If it's not, he's like kind of giving up and calling a lot of the same plays over and over. If it didn't work the first 5 times, probably not going to work on time number 6. I want to see him buckle down and use that mad brain of his, which I think he has, and you know, get to be a real, chess player, so to speak. Play that game. Be tough. Be as into it. Don't let it back you down. Get tougher. In other words, come on, man.
"Come on, man." Hey, can we say, hey, the Arizona Cardinals had to look at this same uh, Bills defense the week before. Kyler Murray was under duress. You know what I mean? As much duress as Tua was, Thursday. But they played that game, but they were, they made that a game. So, like I don't think Arizona has much of a dominant offensive line.
To
So,
that point, Fred, that one
so
touchdown Kyler Murray threw yesterday, it was 8 seconds he created running around in circles just to throw a touchdown.
okay, so where are we going, man? I mean, sometimes that's what it calls for, man. You have to look to make something happen. We have a quarterback that certainly ain't gonna hold the ball for 8 seconds, crypto, And so, come on now, are the Arizona Cardinals a better team than the Miami Dolphins? I don't think so. But what they have
Well, based
operating
on the
behind
first
that
2 games, they look like they are.
what they have behind center and making things happen, I think that's better than what the Miami Dolphins had behind the offensive line trying to make things happen. And don't get me wrong, I I happen to think when Kyler Murray's healthy, when he's healthy too, that he's a better quarterback than Tua Tagovailoa. Simple as that. And I'm talking about Kyler Murray.
So Miss Finch, you said
Without a Tyreek Hill
Huntley
and
is
Jalen,
did they announce what is he gonna be doing? Is he the third string? He's the second string now, I guess. But they officially named Skylar Thompson the starter for next week, right?
Yeah, and even when they had the announcement about the new quarterback, they said to bring in for depth behind Skyler, is the way it was put. I don't know who
Hello,
said that.
Okay.
hello. Can y'all hear me?
yeah,
Okay, we hear you now.
We can hear you now.
People are upset about my post about Brian Flores. I'm telling you that. that man,
Nene, you done set the Twitter world on fire, Nene.
it's up to almost 7,000 views. Now I talk
wow.
about peace, love.
7,000, man.
Hit a
Listen,
nerve.
I talk about
Yeah.
love, peace, vegetables, and fruits. I get maybe 10 views. You talk about Brian Flores. It goes wild.
They don't care
Oh
about
my God.
vegetables.
No, I'm trying to clean the gut. I'm trying to make sure you're healthy around here, man. But listen,
Oh
Lewis
man.
came up here, and I love what Lewis said, but I still push back on this point because we keep asking, is Greer out there missing tackles? Is Greer out there missing throws and so on and so forth? He's right in that facet. But Greer is also a part of the process of extending the people that are dropping the passes, extending the coach that's still maybe wet behind the ears, giving the contract to someone that has only been healthy out of out of six. So he cannot just get a deflection, right? And I know Lewis doesn't do it, so I'm not speaking to Lewis, but I've seen people in this community when Greer gets somebody, oh, he's cooking, let Greer cook, blah, 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 swoop the scoop, right? But then when it's accountability, such as the people he giving these contracts, oh, so all we're gonna do is blame Greer? Like, you can't have it both ways. He can't be a chef and a customer at the same time. He got to be something. But I just want, no, and Lewis doesn't do that. I ain't gonna lie. Lewis, we had our battles and certain opinions, but I will say he's one of the ones that he can speak, not flip-floppy-ish, but he can have accountability. There's some people that just would never admit that they're wrong. But what I am saying is we've had people in this community, every time Greer signed a flea off a dog, let him cook. See what Greer doing?
Yeah.
But now we're asking, why in tarnation did you give this contract or that curse? Wait a minute. Y'all blaming the wrong man. Well, point me to the person we need to blame. Because they don't pay themselves. They have an agent that goes in there, but the agent is talking to somebody, they're negotiating with somebody, unless Greer is a ghost, right? So that's my whole thing. Is like you gotta be fair across the board. Yes, he's not out there playing, he's not calling the plays, but he's overseeing decisions though. So is Garfinkel, so is Brandon Shore. I learned that last year from the great Jason Sarney about Tom Garfinkel and Brandon Shore. I didn't know who those people were, but all of those people, they all got to line up. I say they all line up in front of Joe Robbie Stadium, and the fans should boo because we deserve more. All of them. Put them in the dunk tank. All of them need to go. Y'all remember, in carnivals when they had the dunk tank? Every season ticket holder should be able to put them in some water because ain't no reason why we should be all stressed out about this. But I land my plane.
I think both
Great.
could be true. Greer could be responsible for the for buying a collective bag of groceries that don't work together. You're feeding a bunch of freaking horse meat to freaking vegetarians, but and then they couldn't go out there and freaking play football, which means it's blame on the players. So both could be true.
Yeah, I
Greer could
agree.
be a
I agree.
problem and what you call, because you can't keep serving a bunch of horse meat to vegetarians and expect them to get right.
Listen, and then yell at. You know what I don't like about Greer is that he give us rotten fruit and get mad at us when we complain that the fruit was rotten. Have you ever gone to a store
and something is undercooked, and you tell the chef, "Hey, this wasn't cooked properly," and they look at you as like, "Well, you care more about it than I am." Wait, hey, you the chef. You doggone right I'm coming to you. Just call me Carita. Karen. I'm crying. Yes. I need them toes, Greer. You just went behind the podium and say, me and Chris, we laughed. Oh, you laughing now. Oh, so you think you tough. Yeah, so
There you
all the
go, man.
smoke, I don't care who mad about it. Be mad at your pastor. I don't care. You're not going to put no tape on my mouth and tell me to shut up. Nope. Greer is going to get this smoke because you could have paid him on that 5th year. You could have kept him on that 5th year. You could have finally drafted somebody. You could have got somebody else on that. And the offensive line, and that's why I say Tua got accountability too. Like everybody talking about he humble. No, Tua got up on podiums and said, the way I throw it, brother, I throw it out so fast. Wait a minute now. Oh, you cocky now? Oh, you cocky now? Okay, well, you gonna get some of this smoke too. Like it's not a smoke-free zone, man. We deserve more. We deserve more. And if you don't feel you deserve more and you happy what's going on, power to you, brother. In my Tua's voice, power to you, brother. If you're okay with everything that's going on with the Miami Dolphins, that's you. But you cannot restrict other people that are pissed off and upset. And especially the ones that called this from day zero. I came in the community calling this out, and people call me everything but the child of God I am. Now they want me to say, "Oh, don't victory lap, Nay." Nah, I can't run no more, so I'm taking a little stroll. But hey, if you sat here and pushed back on common sense, the writing was on the wall. All it is, and even to this moment, if we're being honest, all it takes is one hit, one vicious hit. And that, like, what can you do then? How many doctors are we gonna keep? Let's be honest. Y'all don't think for a second these doctors can't get paid off to make results the way they want the results? I don't believe
Yeah,
that
they
will
can.
happen either. Like, you
Doctors
don't
can't
think
get
for
paid
one
off.
second, you don't think that if Ross was on a boat, come on
Mm.
now, look at the character of the people we talking about. Do you really trust Ross to have integrity? I don't trust that big ear joke as much as I could pick him up by his ears and toss him across Miami-Dade County.
Right.
Come on now. Come on now. Use
And then tell me this, and then tell me this, and tell me this. How can you do how can you sign somebody going with just do it? With some fans and some analysts going with just do it. Just do it. Come on now. That's not
listen,
something's wrong with it.
hey,
Something's wrong
Fred,
with that. Just do
if
it.
they giving out money like that, I need to fly home to Miami and set up my meeting with Christopher Aloysius Grid. Look, I ain't leaving here till y'all give me $300 million. No, I ain't qualified to do nothing. But listen, I hear y'all just give money to people if we pressure you enough. So if especially if it's tax free, I would drive up to Miami in the swiftness to get me a free check. And again, it's no disrespect to it. Like when we have these conversations, I will speak for me. I want the young man to do well. I think his story, like if he was to really come back, wow, what a story would that be? And especially for the Miami Dolphins, right? But then there's some realities that we have to face with this situation. And there's nothing wrong with making sure you have, because people talk about the offensive line is not bad, but why isn't it not great? See, that's the conversation we're not having. I'll have that argument with you doing the PFF grades or the CIF grades, whatever grades y'all be doing, because I don't do all that. I just watch the damn football.
You know, because my they like I said, I feel, man, go out to signs people so the fans could be like, wow, you know what I mean? Like they want to see some high flying shit and all that there, but they're not caring. They not caring about, the big uglies, and what I'm saying, they figure they're good with that right there. The big ugly, oh, we don't need to do nothing with that. We just need to look pretty out there. You know what I'm saying? We need to look like a circus out there. This doing this going on, that going on, and like I said, man, and when the circus people ain't performing, And now your big uglies like they look what they're called. You know what I mean? The big uglies, they look like that. You know what I mean? So
Well,
this is
well,
why I
well,
think
Fred,
Chris
Fred,
Greer
I
just
agree.
ain't going to go. Huh?
Well,
Well, Fred, I agree, but here's the thing, and this is why I think Mike McDaniel, this is not fair to him in a certain extent. I think the team has a vision, and they needed someone that was going to say yes. Do you really think Mike McDaniel, with his cachet, can say no to Ross or Greer? That's the real question. Does he have any power where he can step in a office and they tell him, hey, this is what you need me to do? And he's gonna say, no, let's do it this way. I can't fathom that situation. Maybe I'm wrong because I'm not in the room, so I don't have 100% facts. But I think Chris Greer and Ross say, hey, this is what we would like to do. They ask his opinion on it, but I think they
Yeah.
will go full speed ahead no matter what he says. I truly believe because Greer has that power. You don't think Greer can tell? Uh, um, Matter of fact, he exhibited with Vic Fangio last year. I know a lot of people don't like this conversation, but it happened according to Fangio, where he wanted certain players, and Greer said, "No, this is what you get." In fact, at one point, players were showing up to the practice field, and Vic Fangio didn't even know.
But
Like,
Nene, I do think Greer would listen to Mike McDaniel and say, if Mike McDaniel was to say, no, I don't need that right there. I'm good. I need this right here. This is what we need. Yes, I do believe Chris Greer would listen to Mike McDaniel on that, man. Especially when it's having to do with the offense. You know what I'm saying? I
well,
believe Chris Greer would listen to Mike McDaniel and say, no, I don't need that. I need that
I
right
don't
there. Knowing,
listen.
even knowing that the fact that that he should go get this, but if the coach is telling him, no, I don't need that, I don't need that, I mean, just give me this right here and we'll be okay. Yes, I do believe Chris Greer listened to Mike McDaniel like that. Yeah.
But Fred, this is why I'm saying I'm not subscribing to this free trial. You want to know why? Because Vic
Yeah.
Fangio
I
has a
want to know why.
brilliant.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you why. Vic Fangio has a defense that is inspired by him. He has one, and once he decided to say no, this is what I want to do. Greer say no, this is what you're gonna get. That
Yeah.
happened. We
I
cannot
know.
deny
Yeah.
history. Like, and we saw it, and I know a lot of people don't like to talk about it. We saw it with Flores. So you really think happy-go-lucky Mike McDaniel, $1,000 shoes, when things look rough, he looks like he's just staring in space. He looked like he was high as a kite. He looked like he was, I know this is a show for kids. He looked like he was jacked up. When Tua went down, the look on his face, like, it's like he didn't have no kind of idea what he was doing. And what I'm saying to you is Greer has, I think, certain objectives. I think Greer wants Tua to work. I truly believe that. And I think that's
Yeah,
why they
yeah,
got a
yeah.
coach.
He
I
wants it to work.
think they got a coach that would tell them we can make this guy work. I think that part is true. And I think if Mike McDaniel went to Greer and said, okay, let's hypothetical situation. Let's say there was a set player that was available for trade.
Mhm.
I don't think Greer does it. I do not think Greer does it because he is still, in my opinion, trying to prove that his pick of Tua was right. I don't think that's Mike McDaniel. I think that's Greer. Greer could have easily drafted somebody. He could have easily got a free agent. Even the community knows it because Fred, you've been in these YouTube streets. When we bring up
Mhm.
names, the first thing you hear, we don't want to bring somebody in to bring down Tua's confidence. We don't want to bring in anybody that we already know he can't beat, that he has to compete, right? You've been one that's been banging the table. Who in our nation you think is creating that narrative? We can't bring in nobody else that we know is not going to be an easy street for him. Who you think does that? That's not Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
And the other guy that went against that, they got rid of him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We gotta smell the
Well,
foliage in the
color.
cup. It's still
I mean, I'm sorry, Nene. I was gonna sum up what color question was. Well, I'll give you this summary color because you said it a year ago. All you have to do is push play on all the discussions we had for the previous 3 years, and that's basically what's going on for the next 3 years until 2080. Um, yeah, so there you go, color and summation. We're talking about offensive line, we're talking about Greer, we're talking about coaches, and we're talking about the quarterback not being stable. So there you go in a nutshell, color. Just hit play on your DVR, and then you'll pretty much be up to speed on all Dolphins content, past, present, and future. That's it right there. All Dolphins content is the same, past, present, and future.
Let me say this, man. Let me. Can I say? Let me say this. This is what I think. I think if you don't have, I think if you don't have a suitable, uh, capable quarterback, I'm gonna say everything looks bad. I'm gonna say your offensive line looks bad. Your wide receivers look bad. I mean, it all like in baseball, it all starts at the plate. You know what I'm saying, Nate? So, you know, the offensive line, I think, is affected by Tua and how he plays. I think wide
Fred.
receivers are affected by Tua and how he plays. To tell you the truth, that's just where I'm at with it.
Fred, I give you another example, and I gotta go to appointment number 3. I'll land here. I'm gonna give you an example right in the same stadium they play. Look at the Miami Hurricanes. I know that's college, but I'm just talking about concepts. When you set a concept that we have a culture here, no bull jive, none of this foolishness. You're gonna come in here, you're gonna work hard, we're gonna bully people, and we're gonna win the right way. And I don't
Right.
care if I have to cut away friends. I don't care if people are popular. I got to bring in the right staff to get the job done. And people, I know people saying the Hurricanes are getting cocky because we played a bad Florida Gators team and all of that. But when you watch them now, you can see they address the trenches, both defensive and offensive. They got the other weapons, right? The pretty smitty, the wide receivers and all of that. But they
Right.
also went out there and got the right quarterback. And we
Right.
didn't care about hurting people's feelings. If we're being honest, there's too much personal loyalty that's going on in that organization. And
Yeah, it
and
is.
it's on the
I
coaches.
agree with you. I agree
It's
with
on
you.
the coaching staff too. Because
Yeah,
a
I agree
special
with
team
you.
coach should have been gone. A couple of other people should have been gone. And y'all know I've been said that Greer should have been had his Aloysius up out of Miami. Once Flores was fired, he should have left too. They should have built it right and put the right
Yeah.
people in there and stop being lazy. You know, one thing the University of Miami says, their practices are more harder than the actual game. But in the Dolphins, you don't get nobody practicing. And
No.
then they show up for the game like we could just cut it on because my
Yeah.
name is Tyreek Hill, because my name is Jalen Ramsey, because my name is this. And they
Yeah.
get punched in the mouth. That's your
I agree.
problem. If we want to be honest, we walk around here, show me the money and all that. They spend more time on doing celebration dances than actually putting in the work. And it shows when we play a quality opponent, when we play the little Rudy Poos, the little sorry donut jelly schedule, we're able
Yeah.
to be, and that's what give a lot of these fans false hope. They're like, oh, look what we did to Carolina. Look at what we
Yeah.
did to them. That's what you supposed to do. You ain't supposed to be in no dog fight with no below
Hmm.
500 teams. But when you play the Buffaloes, when you play the teams that got physical presence, i.e. Tennessee, that team was a 5-win team, but they were a physical team, so they knocked people off of their routes. They
Yeah.
won the bullying battle, and all of that fast being cutesy whoopsie, it all trickles downhill. And that's the problem. You have to address your needs, even if it's gonna hurt someone's feelings. And
I agree.
you know who hurts at the end of the day?
the people that's listening and the people that's on this panel, the fans, because we sit here and we love this team. Some of y'all love this team a little bit unhealthily. I could shut off from this team for a couple of days, but some of y'all can't stop talking. It's 24 hours, Dolphins, and I'm gonna keep y'all in prayer, them people. But
Hey, listen, I'm a content creator, ma'am. I gotta talk about the Dolphins.
But you get what
Yeah.
I'm saying. They probably don't even wash their tail thinking about the Dolphins. I can't even say it.
No, man. That's bad if you went to that length.
People ain't even showering out here because Tua ain't on the field. But my whole point is,
Damn, that's bad. If you ain't
That is
showering because of
bad.
Tua.
but y'all get my point. You got
Mhm.
and I know the Miami Hurricanes schedule is probably a little soft or whatever, but they were losing the soft teams under Manny Diaz, Al Golden. They weren't doing what they were supposed to do. So clearly they at least meet in the floor. And I can see the difference because they are beating teams so bad to where you're seeing the second string, you're seeing the third string, you're seeing some of what they call depth. You can't have your depth come out there on your march, get set, go, and now you expect them to be a Pro Bowler because we're not even practicing. We're not even practicing. Some of these guys
Man.
haven't even practiced for months. Why?
Yeah.
And I land there because now I'm starting to get hot. Now I done came out my
You
little
not,
ignorant.
you supposed to
You
get
got
hot,
me
man.
hot. You got me
You supposed to
back on
get hot.
camera.
Supposed to get
Like
hot, man. Supposed to get
I
hot.
was trying to produce and whatever, and you out here with all this. You got me. I'm like, oh, I need to make sure you know.
Nah, Nene, you supposed to get hot, yo. That's how how us fans do. That's how us real fans do, man. We get hot, we get mad, yo. It's what it
Because
is.
we care.
No,
Yes.
because we want to sit here. We want to sit here. I heard my phone. We want to sit here and make up all these excuses, and then you get mad when somebody points something out. And we always start with
Exactly.
this line. Well, I ain't gonna sit here and take it. No, we shouldn't have to sit here and deal with the BS. Why aren't these guys practicing? Why aren't
Yeah.
we taking this seriously? Why I got my GM telling me as a fan that I'm more concerned about it than he is? No, you're gonna be held accountable. There's
It
gonna be
is.
some smoke, and I don't care if I hurt your feelings. These are grown men worrying about, oh, if I bring in competition, it's gonna distract his mental health. What? What?
Mental health.
And that's why we're
Damn.
soft. We're soft. Even the people, the new people, Calais Campbell, Jordan Poyer, they said the same things I was saying in these spaces, and people was telling me to shut up and cook. That I didn't know that I didn't know nothing about football. Now you got a man that his sport, his life is football, saying the same thing that other rival teams see the Miami Dolphins as soft. And you got a coach that I think is so afraid to make a mistake because he wants to keep his job. And I can't blame him for that. I get it.
Mhm.
He got a wife and a family to feed. But you got to set this man up for success. If they need to be out there practicing, and you can see it, like how you in Miami, you supposed to be practicing in this heat. This is supposed to be home field advantage. And they look more tired than the away team. Come on, dog.
Hey,
Man, we
Miss
got to be
Phins.
better.
Miss Phins. Where's your girlfriend at, man? Where's your girlfriend? Where Phins Sanity at? You know, I mean, usually I come in on your show. You got Phins Sanity going with you,
Yeah.
man. Where you
Well,
been at, yo?
I mean, we're all adults and we have human, and I know she's been busy with work and a bunch of other stuff. So, but,
Okay.
but yeah, no, I mean, we still talk. We still talk.
I
It's
mean,
just
because
gonna
it just seemed
spend
funny.
time to come through.
It just seemed funny to me, man. I haven't heard nothing from her. Maybe she probably busy. Okay, but
Yeah, yeah,
like,
she's
but
busy.
but, but but like when she got her when Tua got his contract, I seen a little show you had up there, man. Soon as he got signed, Miss Insanity was he was up
Oh,
there
that's
so
funny,
happy.
friend.
She was up there so happy, man. You would think her husband or her boyfriend just got the contract. You know what I mean? She almost cried. Like, she was so happy, man. You know, like, come on now. Like,
Hey, she loves her quarterback. She says no. She's a huge Alabama fan.
uh-uh.
But she's an even bigger Dolphin fan. She was born into it, and I'm talking generations of
Oh,
Dolphin
okay.
fans with her family. I've had great conversations with her dad. Her mom is super
Mhm.
awesome, like great
Cool.
family.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
I'm
bet they
telling
are
you,
great people.
generations of Dolphin fans. But I will tell you this, although she super loves Tua, which I totally love messing with her with that. Um, she's still logo above all. She is. She is. It's just
Okay.
now she had the opportunity to root for a quarterback that came out of the school that she really loves. So it was
Okay.
kind of more like a twofer for her. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And those are the
Okay. So
conversations that
so
we've
so
had.
so whatever he does, man, he can do no wrong. Then I understand that.
You know what, Fred? That is some nasty work you just displayed these last 5
what,
minutes. That is
what?
Listen,
nasty.
she's
Hey,
not here, and I'm
Yeah,
still gonna
I
defend
am
her.
not
And
a
I know for
nasty
a
person
fact,
at all.
that's brutal, Fred.
I know for a fact that we got him. Come on, Dre.
Well,
Start
okay,
Huntley
man,
this
all
week.
right,
Who
man.
cares?
Man,
He
I know
knows the
this
playbook.
young lady. I know she's a sweet young lady, man. I know
No,
she
she's
is,
awesome.
yo.
She's awesome.
Listen, Miss Fans, Fred is out for 2 years blood. He done called that Christian lady out. That girl probably at work minding her own business. He like, wait,
Oh,
where she
man,
at? I haven't
you
She
seen
know
her in
what?
a while.
is.
You know what? Okay, Nene. You know what? You said people can't admit they was wrong. Okay, I was wrong, man. I was wrong. All right.
Hey, listen, he want blood. Now, somebody like Big Nick, I think, deserved that, but not her,
Somebody like
Right.
me.
But
Somebody like
You
me.
got to give Big Nick that smoke, not Miss Fins.
Oh, Lewis was here. I'm not gonna lie. I wish Lewis was
Hey,
back. Lewis, if
nah,
somebody
man.
knows this Lewis, bring Lewis back. I've been wanting to tell him something so bad, but I haven't had the chance to say it. And I love Lewis, man. He's
Right.
phenomenal. But definitely, I gotta call Lewis. Lewis, I was trying to say it earlier, but I think he had to go back um to work and he didn't get a chance to do it. But yeah, like seriously, I had this on Friday. Calling all two in the ears, ladies and gentlemen. Calling all two in the ears. Step
boy,
right up.
well,
Step
this
right up.
Whoa.
hey, this miserable Monday, boy. I'm
You
telling
care?
you,
You care to
No, it ain't.
elaborate?
Oh no, it's
It's
not.
not
Oh no,
miserable.
no,
This is a great
no.
Monday.
This
It's
is
a
my
great
birthday
Monday.
bash, baby.
Exactly.
Show
Exactly.
me some
Hey,
love. That's what
great
we
Man,
Monday.
talking about. You show me some
well,
love. It's
you care
birthday bash. That's what
you
that's
care
what
to
we
listen,
elaborate
doing.
on that, Miss Fin?
you know
Yes,
what, crypto,
it's my
that's
birthday
nasty
bash.
work. Hey,
It's my
hey, but listen, it's been beautiful being on the show, but I can't lie, all of us love the Miami Dolphins. We do. And again, for me, I can't speak for everybody because some people are super petty, but prayers to Tua and his health. Um,
seriously, yeah.
I truly believe in that. Like I literally was shaking about that because you never want to see an athlete or anybody having to go through
And
that.
now imagine
Um,
seeing it live. It
Yeah.
was it was
Two times,
crazy
not two times. Seen it two times. Don't forget. Seen it two times.
yeah,
All prime time. You know.
on prime time with the commissioner
Not
there.
good.
Yeah.
Like
yeah, and I leave with this, Fred. You a super messy. And crypto, I
Oh
love you.
man.
And happy birthday, Miss Spence. And
Yeah.
you know they done sent her the DMs. You already know they done clipped it by now. So I'm pretty sure she's gonna come up in here and
yeah.
deal with you.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
You
the one
guys,
missing at the end.
y'all
That's the
are
one that's
making
missing.
me. Y'all trying to make it don't matter. I was up here, and you know what? I told the truth. Clip all you want, ladies and gentlemen. I told the truth. She knows I mess with her all the time. You know, you're like Tua's biggest
Yeah.
fan, right? We know this. We know this. Well, yeah, it's got. Hey, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, and shout out to Nene. Thank you for coming through, Nene.
Yes.
It's been fun, man. We got a new backup third stringer practice squad QB in Tyler Huntley. And you know what? I wish him well. I can't wait to
Right.
see him on this aqua and orange. You know what I mean? Because I think it's gonna be
Miss Finn-
great.
Hey, Miss Finn, let's
Um.
let's let's wish Skylar Thompson well first, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no,
Let's
no, no!
show
I'm
some love
giving.
for
Let
him
me hold
first.
up. I am introducing and welcoming the brand new QB we got, but you didn't even let me finish, bro.
Oh,
This
my
is
bad, my
Skylar
bad.
Thompson's team.
Exactly.
This is Skylar Thompson's team. So I'm
Is,
here to
is
say
Skylar
thank
is
you.
Skylar Thompson the best quarterback in the division?
Skylar Thompson is the best quarterback in the division. Feel free to clip this.
All right, all right.
He right
Just want to put it
now,
out there. I just
he is
want to
the
get that
best
on record.
quarterback. He's a playoff playing quarterback, and he will soon be a playoff winning quarterback. At minimum, I am putting my full force and weight behind Skylar the Rocket Thompson.
You
Get it
hear you
right.
hear that you hear that EM? If you're listening, EM, I want you to clip this now. EM, it's on the record. Miss Finn says he's the best quarterback in the division, bar none.
Bar none. Bar none. I got my Homer hat today, and nobody's stopping me. Nobody.
Homer hat.
Yep. Hey, listen. I'm telling you right now. Hey, Color says he's from Dania Beach. Oh, that's awesome. I love that beer, by the way. That's a true Florida guy. But Lamar's from Fort Lauderdale. I mean Pompano.
Yeah,
He's from
you got
Pompano,
two
so
former Raven. Well, one's a Raven quarterback, one's not. But yeah, from Florida. Yeah, bring them
yeah, so
home.
bring them home. Both of
It
them
would have
from
been
Broward County, baby.
It would have been
Broward
even better
County.
if he was a Cane. It would be even more sweeter if he was a Cane. But unfortunately, he's not a Cane.
Yeah. Well,
But
we
see, they
gotta we
give
gotta
out Cane's gear at the Dolphins game. So what does that tell you when the Dolphins give out Hurricanes gear at the game? I received
But
2 pieces of Cane's gear at the game when I was down there.
hey, go
That
go
that
Kane.
that was that was a bad sign for the Miami Dolphins.
wow. Sounds like it to me. Looks like it to me.
Well, listen, gentlemen,
I
I'm
got
actually gonna
Cane's
close this
gear.
puppy out because I'm tired. I gotta get ready. I gotta pick up my mom in literally 3 hours. I gotta be at the airport.
Okay.
Um, but I appreciate you guys. Honestly, I appreciate you guys coming through for my birthday bash. Let's see where we're at. I think we got to like 1390. Hey,
Yep,
1391.
nine
So
away.
we
You're
got
nine
a
away, right?
hundred. Yeah,
A
nine
hundred
away
and
from
nine. Yeah.
109 away from 1500, guys. Fred, thank you for coming through. Crypto, I appreciate you. Yeah, we're super close, guys, to get to 1500.
Yep.
It's a major goal, guys, and that's the best birthday present I can get. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. If you're catching
Appreciate
the
it, my friend.
thank you, Crypto. What's your final words before I go through my spiel?
Oh no, I was just gonna say thanks. I ain't have too much to say. It's just deja vu. We're in a spin cycle again. I guess that 24 is starting to look like the 24 patches that they've been patching on is going to have to be torn to 25. That's what
Mm,
it's getting close to that moment. So we got to do something as a franchise.
and can you
This
believe
is a
this?
franchise. This is a franchise problem because now it's expanding over multiple administrations from freaking Jimmy Johnson to now Mike McDaniel. So this franchise need to take an enema. There you go. That's my last words.
And cleanse. Yo, you know what makes it even worse, Crypto? Which that was actually kind of funny. What makes it even worse is that we we've seen patterns in the last 20 plus years.
hmm
What makes it worse is that, we're not saying don't root for your team, but just understand that they are partners for a reason. That doesn't mean you have to be so nasty towards others. Like how they are so nasty towards what's his name? Vic Fangio. Oh, he's a loser. He's this. That. And I'm like, okay, he didn't work out, but do you have to be so nasty about the man just because he didn't work out here, or maybe he wanted to really go back to the Eagles? Like whatever. It's his life. Like, would you call somebody a scumbag in their own face? Like, I don't understand
Yeah,
how some of these people really are.
that is crazy. Did that come out, Miss Fins? About the somebody calling him that? Fangio that?
Oh, a lot of people called them a ton of stuff, but they definitely called. There's somebody you and I know personally that's
Hmm.
called Flores scumbag, and multiple
Oh
other
yeah,
people too. And it's
yes,
like, come on, like that's not.
yes.
Come
That's
on,
been
like
that's true, Miss Fins.
that's not
Yeah, that.
that's not even right. Like just because he didn't work out, it's not about him working on mistakes. It's not about the production on the field. It's how he treated Tua. He treated Tua like every other head coach treats their team and players in every other team. And I only heard two people complain, if we're being honest. Like this
Mhm.
is my issue that I see, Crypto, with Miami. Players think they could come here to retire. Oh, I'm just gonna chill, lay back, make all this money. I don't really gotta work hard. I got the penthouse. I got the bougie lifestyle, and I can go party, party, party. If you think that the Miami Dolphins is a frat house and that's why you want to come here, this is not the team for you, because that's not what we want. That's not what we want. Miami is not a frat party. You can just come here and not try to actually move what we want forward, which is Super Bowls. Nothing
Yep.
else matters. But I feel like, and take a look at, am I wrong when I say that when every player we've brought in that we haven't drafted, that we've brought in, almost always something like that? You hear something on the news, or they're not even playing to like their potential that you know that they have. Like, it's frustrating. It really is.
Right.
And we don't deserve this, because this is a lot of the fans, it's hard-earned money that's put into it,
Hmm. Right.
for people not to really um what do you call it? To put it mildly, for people not to respect the fact that they're playing for a professional football game, a professional
Yeah.
football team. That's the part that gets me. That's the part that frustrates me. Where I'm like, this is a professional football game, football team. Why, do players think that they can just come here and not even worry about actually playing or doing their job? Like, do your job. And if Tom Brady can come out here and say, if you can't handle tough coaching, you don't belong in the NFL. That wasn't
Mm.
directed at one person. That was directed in the entire league. Because I'm sure we're not the only team dealing with people like that. That's crazy.
Right.
And look at this. Is signing Tyler Huntley a good move for the Dolphins? 73% of you guys said yes. 26% said no. Interesting.
Mm.
Do you think it was a good move or no?
Wait a minute, Miss Fans. I was on the phone. What was that
Hmm.
again? What was the question? Mr.
Do,
Relevant said.
oh, no,
Oh,
no,
wait
no,
a minute.
not that one. Do
Oh,
you think that Tyler Huntley, it was a good move for us or no?
it is. It's going to be interesting to say the depth quality of the quarterback room is good because both of them now have playoff experience. You could say that now. And Huntley did almost win
that playoff game, just like Skyler almost won a playoff game. So there's some common ground there. Skyler almost beat Buffalo, and Tyler Huntley almost beat Cincinnati if it wasn't for that fumble, that 99-yard fumble return on the goal
Yeah,
line. So
seriously.
you could say the quarterback room depth chart has significantly upgraded with that move. So yeah, in that aspect, that may be a silver lining. Hopefully, it turned out to be a good silver lining. That could translate to wins. If it doesn't translate to wins and it comes to close losses, then we got an even serious problem because now you gotta have people saying, "Oh, if we had Tua, we would have won," and then it creates even more problem because let's be honest, that Buffalo game was lost already even before Skyler came in the game,
I
and
mean,
the week before that, Jacksonville loss was a gift. I mean, that
that
victory was a gift. So we get. I hope they don't go down that road again, especially if Skyler ends up losing in close games. You see what I mean? It's going to create a whole nother selective amnesia circus about whether or not we could have won those games with Tua.
and the worst part of it is that we put ourselves, the front office put us in this position. There's only so much. I mean, I've yet to see a Super Bowl winning team that didn't have proficient and
Mm-hmm.
really good trenches in both offense and defense. You have to build it from the ground up, from the trenches out. And at this point,
I think par is the goal. If par has been reached, then there's other problems on the team that has to be addressed.
but
That's probably where Greer stands where he stands because he think this team at minimum in the trenches is par. It's just the players have to elevate their play level to get us to the point where we can beat Kansas City. We can beat Buffalo, the Jaguars, even though we did beat them, but you know, yeah. Is
you
it
know what?
in the best out of 7? Are we winning that same kind of game? You know, so yeah, it's
What?
have have the bottom or mid tier teams caught us or surpassed us? That's the real question. Because remember, going into the Buffalo game, we've already came to the conclusion that our roster is way superior than them by light years, according to some of the reports,
Mm-hmm.
right? So
Yep.
if a roster like that can manhandle us by 21 points or greater without having their star quarterback play to elite like levels like he usually do when he play against us,
Yep.
then that so-called inferior talent from a scheme and physicality standpoint, then what are we doing here? Do the rest of the league just simply play copycat and use the Buffalo Bills blueprint if they got the talent like the Bills or better to beat us? That's the real danger.
We
Because
beat
we've already
ourselves.
came to the conclusion that if our talent on paper is so much superior than theirs, then why come our talent on the field wasn't so much superior than theirs?
You're not wrong. And listen to this. South says Raven fans like Dolphin fans blaming coach and everyone but Jackson. I don't know how many times I gotta say that. It's anybody but the person that touches the ball every single time.
Mm.
And it is frustrating. Frustrating. So what else are we supposed to expect? I thought I was told this is a team that's gonna make it happen. That's what I was told.
Mm.
What are we gonna expect now?
This is why the August off-season part is tough to deal with because you have to listen to and be propagandized about how superior your roster is compared to the rest of the league's constructions. and then you go mano a mano on game day, it never pans out. And that's the depressing part about it. Because it's like rinse and repeat during the propaganda cycle of the offseason. And we're not really analyzing who did these other teams pick up that's our kryptonite. That historically play well against people on our roster. And we don't take that analysis going into the week's game. We just say, oh, this guy's better. This guy's better. Oh, we're much more superior. There we go. We're winning by 80 points. Okay, what am I supposed to do with that? And then we turn up on the upside down end of the score by 21.
I don't know. I don't see.
I'm like, the game still got to be played. The players still have to perform. I'm to the point. I don't give a shit. I'm sorry, Miss Fan. I don't give a damn what you look like on paper no more. I just want to know what you're going to look like in that 3-hour window that we play football
Yeah, because
on
at this
Sunday for
point,
that particular week.
does it even matter anymore? Because it's like
These weeks, just look at these weeks' games, right? For example, and then now any given Sunday is
I'm
not longer
literally
going to be
saying
a statement no more. It's going to be every given Sunday. It's not just any given Sunday. It's every given Sunday.
for the
You
Dolphins.
like
Well, yeah.
you have such parity in the league. You got multiple people running 4-2 that can offset your speed and certain skill positions like linebacker, defensive line, secondary. And you can offset it to the point where you can offset it enough where it could win or lose ball games for you. You don't necessarily have to be the fastest person all the time. You could be the fastest person some of the time on offense or defense, and that could be the difference of a play being made here or two that could win or lose games. So now it's just an all-out physical chess match. That's what football is. It's a physical chess match. Not necessarily what I look like on paper. Because when you get one chess master on the other end of the table and another chess master on the table, all the chess pieces by definition are equal. Now, when those chess masters are taking and moving their pieces around the board, that one chess master is going to be the victor over the other. Because when you got complete parity in the league that's starting to come, every chess board and every chess piece are the same. Who's the greater chess master on Sunday?
It should be your quarterback.
In theory.
In theory, yeah.
Right? It should be. But in the grand scheme of things, the most powerful piece is that quarterback. And the most powerful piece on a chessboard, everybody knows, is the queen. But if you get your queen removed off the board, you still could win that chess match. It just becomes more difficult.
You have to be a
But
little
the
bit
truth,
more creative
you got to be
and
more creative.
understand the value. Yeah, understand the value of even your pawns can turn out to be queens.
Exactly. Yep. If you get your pawn down there on the last back square, it could become a queen. Exactly. Good point, Miss Phins.
And that's why sometimes you do have that diamond in the rough where you can go ahead and really get more out of somebody else that maybe perhaps you didn't know you even had. But this is the thing that I was going to say earlier that you kind of reminded me of is I feel like the Dolphins and the Dolphins themselves, but definitely the fan base, we get enamored with on paper. We get
Right.
enamored in this like daydream of what could be, you
Right.
know, everything being well. We get enamored thinking everybody we bring in, oh, they're 100% healthy.
Hmm.
They're going to be here
Right.
and available for us for every single week. And I'm
Yep.
like, did you
Yep.
not see the Greer special?
Right.
I mean, he's literally known for buying.
Hmm.
What?
Yeah.
Yo, look at this. I can't look. I gotta show you this.
Hmm.
Look at this. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news. The Miami Dolphins have signed 55-year-old Home Depot employee Stan Dorino to a 1-year, $12 million deal as their new starting QB.
Man.
Yo, this is
Mm.
where we've gone to, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we've gone to. Oh my gosh.
It's
This is
only week
hilarious.
3. It's only going into week 3 of the season.
I'm
September has
sure he
never.
can pick up the playbook, but I mean, not gonna lie. Let's be honest. If 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 he said, "Hey, you know, I can give it a try." I mean, look at Brady. He's 40. I mean,
Yeah.
if Dan Marino said, "Let me take a
Done.
look at this playbook.
Even if
Let me
we
take a
run
look at this playbook."
even if we want a one wide receiver route and keep in the other 9 to protect, or so 10 to protect, 9-man protection, one wide receiver out in the flat.
Mm.
Marino can get it done.
Like I almost feel like because going back to Hooked Up Joe, and I gotta say because I do want to skedaddle, man, because I gotta get
Mhm.
ready and I got a million things to get done today.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, we're already putting in what 5, 6, 7, 8 players already in the
Mhm.
Bucks just to defend. I mean, you wall him up
Oh yeah.
and literally wall him up,
Yeah.
and he's what 6'2", I think 6'3", right? How tall
Yeah.
is Stan Marino?
6'4". 6'4". Mhm.
6'4". Oh, he's 6'4", so he'll be able to see over the offensive line. So 6'4". We know he got a cannon, so that's not even a problem.
Right.
I mean, I'm willing to give him a 3-week contract. Let him get the playbook real quick. Let him peek. Let him just peek.
Mhm.
Peek. Everybody practiced already? Oh yeah, but we don't have. Don't worry about the chemistry. I'm Stan Dorino. Okay.
Exactly. Yep.
Oh my
Exactly.
gosh.
Wow. What a
Like,
weekend. What a week of football. Mm.
what a weekend of football.
What's in store, man? What is in store?
Nothing but you know what? I'm not even trying to be
You know,
funny, but
NFL is upside down. It's crazy. Where
my
the
pickums, I should have just stuck to my guns, and I didn't. The
Mhm.
first week I wanted to go. Let me go with all the fan favorites, right?
Yeah.
And then I don't, and I only hit half. Then I'm like, this past week, I'm like, you know what? Let me go ahead and go with the favorites, whatever. And then I
Mhm.
look and I'm like, oh, I hit half, but it wasn't even it wasn't even that good. I'm like, because I was gonna pick a lot of upsets, and I'm looking at mine, and here comes Color. Of course he does. We'll talk about it Wednesday afternoon, but my
Mhm.
pickums. Oh, guys, if you can still join the pickums, trust me.
I did
I,
okay. My upset specials came to true. I I I I did okay. I haven't looked at my final tally, and I'm looking at the Eagles game tonight to see what I may land after the night. But um, I would like to say for 2 years in a row, I nailed that Vikings beating the 49ers back to back seasons. So I like to give a shout out to crypto for that.
Shout out to crypto. Wow, I see what you did there. Guys, are you opposed to Stan Dorino coming in for a 1-year deal? I mean, I'm willing to take it. I'm willing to take it. And do you think like for real though, do you think other players would want to even tackle him? Like maybe not like super tackle him, but maybe like, like, hey, I got a little lick on the goat. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
a little like because you seen the commercials, him and who else? Jerry Rice, Emmitt Smith,
Mm.
and Randy Moss. They're all like, maybe we should unretire, you know? But if they
Oh, that
actually did
commercial.
yeah, but if they
Imagine
actually did unretire, like
Emmett, Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, and Marino. What a tandem.
I'm telling you, I'll sign them all right now.
Yeah,
Give me a 4 week contract. Let's see what y'all can do in this month.
that's it. Yeah,
I'm telling you. But hey, I thought when I
we
saw
can
this,
go to
just cracked
we
me
can go
up.
to Seattle and pull it out. Marino did it before. He's no strangers in Seattle.
Yeah, but even if you want to give them at least a week to get chemistry,
Yeah.
man.
Oh yeah.
Now, and I say I wanted to leave. I got 3 minutes. This is a theory that I was just told last night, Crypto, and tell me if you think of this. What you think of this? That apparently, Tom Brady is coming to the Dolphins. That's a theory
Mm.
because he wants to Tampa Bay this and finally have the Super Bowl that Stan Marino never got. And
Right.
that way he could be better than, and he could be the ultimate goats of goats. Because he knows he'll never
Mhm.
be the greatest of all time, even though he is the winningest quarterback of all time. That is true.
Right. Right.
He is the
You could
winningest,
say he's the most accomplished in history, but not the GOAT.
absolutely, but he ain't the GOAT. That still
Right.
goes to,
No, he's not the
and
GOAT.
I
He's
don't
the
even
most
have to, you don't
accomplished
got to
in
hear
history.
me. Listen to the other quarterbacks that have to play against him. And they're the ones that are going to tell you. It ain't even for me. They told you this. And yeah, and then, but he would do it because he wants that ultimate Super Bowl. Because look, I already told you this. We've had this conversation. Whoever comes here and wins a Super Bowl, they're immortal. They're literally immortal. Like children will read about you, sir, for hundreds of millions of years because this is the one team. Yeah, every other team is like, yeah, whatever, whatever, right? But the luxury, the pristineness of winning here to bring back a Super Bowl to the glorious Miami Dolphins, who are
Yeah.
the only team with a perfect record.
Yep.
You're an instant winner. You know what I mean? That's it. You're already top 10. You know what I mean? Instantly top 10. You know? So
Yep.
I heard that's why he wants to go ahead and come and do. And I'm like, I don't think Tom Brady
Mm.
would do it. I really don't think he'll do it. But
No,
what
he's
percentage?
permanently in the booth. He said no. You ain't see the latest Tom Brady commercial with the younger version of himself, all the college version of him, the Patriot and the Bucks version of him, and him just going around talking to himself about why he's staying in the booth, why he's in, you know, he's staying in retirement. He enjoys it, not waking up and being hurt on Mondays,
Yeah, but
having to be in a hot tub.
the funny part is he's still not retired.
What do you
I
mean?
don't think people don't understand. He hasn't turned in his paper. He announced he's
Mm.
retired. He's no longer working. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you, even though I've said it a million times, that Tom Brady is not officially retired with the NFL because you can announce your retirement, you can retire, but until you sign the document stating, "I am retired."
Right, but who said he didn't do that yet, Miss Fins?
Take a look at he hasn't done it already because that's why he's still available playing fantasy.
Why you can't
Only
play fantasy unless you're retired?
no, if you are no, you can't. If you're because you're not a player who's available. Retired players are not available for fantasy. So
Okay.
it's
So,
only
oh, you
available
saying
players.
on fantasy he could be he's available to be picked.
Yes, and to play, but he's not on a team right now. But
Right.
he's considered a free agent, which right now he's a free agent. But he
Oh,
hasn't. Once he officially retires,
fantasy
he'll no
takes
longer.
him off.
Yeah. They don't. They take him off. That's why you don't see Peyton.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you don't see Eli.
Hubris. Mm-hmm. Okay.
But Tom Brady hasn't turned in his documents yet. Yeah, I'm retired. If the right opportunity came, which you never know, maybe in a couple of weeks, he might want to be like, you know what? I see the thing in Miami. Oh, and Ross wants to get 15% of wants to sell 15% of the team.
Mm.
This could be part of my hey, you know what? Let me get let me bring y'all a Super Bowl, but I need a discount on this 15%. You see what I mean? The man is still a free agent. So until he officially retires,
Right.
like on paper for the NFL, he can come back. He's still eligible to come back. So you never know. You never know. Look at him. Look at Cap. Miss Vince is right. It's
Mm-hmm.
true. I just picked him off the waivers. Ha!
Off the
Crazy.
waiver.
You never know, for real though. But man, Crypto, thank you so much for coming through. I'm ready to skedaddle. I think it's been
All
an
right.
awesome day. But
Appreciate
I
it.
appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining my birthday bash. Thank you,
It's
guys.
been a pleasure.
Thank you. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Fans. Birthday bash. Thank you guys for coming through. I appreciate all of you guys for watching. Thank you guys. If you haven't done so already, right now, we are so close to getting to 1,500 subs. We're so close to getting to 1,500 subscribers. So if you haven't done it already, please, for the love, hit that like button. Hit the like button. I know I'm not turning 88. What are you talking about? Color? That's my favorite. That's my favorite. It's my favorite number. Smarty pants. But if I was 88 though, dang, I look great for 88. Just saying. Just saying. So we're leaving off right now at 1,391 subscribers, guys. So that means we only need 109 new subscribers. Everybody watching or watching the replay and you haven't subscribed yet, guys, do me a favor. The best birthday you can give me to help me get to 1,500. So I appreciate that. Shout out to Dan Marino, Mr. Oh, we share a birthday together. Him and I were both celebrating together. Yes. And we both appreciate your birthday wishes. So thank you guys. And I can't wait to see the success that we're able to share as a team. Michael K says, Miss France, if it's that important, I will create another 50 burner accounts to help your request. Oh my gosh, you don't have to do that, Michael K. I appreciate you. But thank you guys. Thank you that for real for coming through. This is the bummer. Tomorrow is Tua Tuesday, so I know you guys are gonna turn in because I've got some extra stuff to say about it. But guys, Hit the like button, share, subscribe. Again, this is Miss Phins. Appreciate all of you guys. God bless. Take care. Thank you so much for the birthday batch 2024-2025. Oh man, what a blessing. I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Take care. And as always, bye-bye.